And the challenges that they raise, that they are confronting, is that of municipalities sending irrelevant officials to targeted trainings, revenue management, the whole issue of correctional billing. Plans alone do not get implemented. Municipalities need more bodies on site to drive implementation of whatever that is being rendered. And the challenges that they raise, that they are confronting, is that of municipalities sending irrelevant officials to targeted trainings, revenue management, the whole issue of correctional billing. Plans alone do not get implemented. Municipalities need more bodies on site to drive the implementation of whatever that is being Okay, it's a technical glitch. Then lastly, colleagues, after the deliberations and discussions from the floor and people on teams, there were certain recommendations that were made in terms of assessment of internal audit capacity, audit of predetermined objectives, which have an impact on the audit outcomes, a model of qualitative and quantitative use of internal financial statements rather than management of the audit. It's one thing that was emphasized as a recommendation. Involvement of the stakeholders on Municipal Audit Committee, clarification of role of AXA and treasurers, that we have to deal with non-implementation of internal audit recommendations, and a differentiated approach in supporting municipalities' leadership needs to set into both political leadership and administrative leadership. And then municipalities do need the assistance that was raised from the floor, from both Cogta and Treasury. That's basically the summary of what transpired yesterday, colleagues. And then moving forward, Dr. Mdicho will take on the session for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siwulu. Mr. Tini, I think we also have colleagues in teams, so that we also acknowledge them if there are any colleagues who are connected through teams. Now, without wasting time, may I request Ms. Abraham
good morning, HOD, CDG, and colleagues. I greet you in the name of Jesus this morning. My name is Onati Abraham Magelana. I am from Internal Audit in Cogta. So basically what I'll be doing today is to give you a perspective on internal audit from where we're sitting as internal audit at Cogta. Now, that's your table of contents. That's what I'll be covering in my presentation. And I've given you the purpose. Now, the mandate of internal audit is derived from this legislation. It's MFMA, PFMA, the regulations, team reports, the standards of the Institute of Internal Auditors, the policies and procedures of the institution that we work for. So it's important that before we understand the role that internal audit plays, we also understand other critical role players in our institutions. The combined assurance framework defines assurance providers as follows. Management, because they provide the on-the-ground oversight. So they are the first line of defense. Now they are accountable for the management of risk and performance. This is exactly where the daily, weekly, monthly processes and controls are implemented. So they need immediately to be immediately managed there. Secondly, we have in our second line of defense, we have other internal functions that support management. Those functions include risk management, M&E, strategic, finance, legal. Those functions, they support the line management. They give support and they provide the second level. So once something is coming from risk, we know that it's been dealt with management, with the line management, and now risk is providing the second line of defense. Now, the third line of defense, which is the independent assurance, which is internal audit, external audit, audit committees, legislative oversights. Those provide periodic assurances, or they provide assurance at certain intervals. So they're not all the time at the process, or they're not always looking at the process, but they come at certain intervals to say, how are we doing with that? So it's important that these structures or these assurance providers work together to minimize duplication of efforts, one, and also to ensure that risks of the institution are adequately covered. So if we get assurance that management is adequately covering that, and if we ensure that the second line of defense adequately covers this, then there won't be a need for internal audit to want to include or be tempted to include everything in their risk-based plan, because they know that already these have been covered. Now, when we come to the role of internal audit, in the simplest form, when we define internal audit, we say it helps the organization accomplish its objectives by bringing a systematic, disciplined approach to evaluate and improve the effectiveness of risk management and risk management control and governance processes. So, by nature, internal auditors are very systematic people. So, even when at times you do it unknowingly, when you're looking at a list of something, you want to see if it's in alphabetical order or what order is in it. It's your auditor mind that you want things to be systematic. So that's the discipline that auditors want to bring into any environment. So if you go into finance, you want to understand when the voucher comes in, how is it received? Is it documented? Where is the register? Is it stamped? And then how are we ensuring that all the received vouchers are captured in the system? Who does the reconciliation? So those are the thought processes that the auditor goes through, and we need to check it. We can't be there all the time to make sure that it happens, but when we do come, we look at the certain period that we will be covering. So what then becomes important is the positioning of internal audit. And this is important in that we as auditors are independent. We need to be able to audit everyone else. We trust God and audit everyone else. So we only put our trust in God. Even you, HOD, will audit. That's why functionally we have to report to the audit committee so that functionally we report to the audit committee so that we are safe from what as HOD is saying. And so we must have access to the HOD, one, because we report to him administratively, and then we report to the audit committee functionally. But also, we must also be standing invitees in all management meetings. and top management meetings, because we need to have our voice in there. We need to put our 2 cents worth in whatever discussions that are happening within the organization. Now, this positioning, as is stated, it's in our charter. Our charter, it's established there. It's telling us that we have access to records, personnel, physical properties relevant to us performing our duties. And also, the positioning of the CAE of an institution is also important. You can't have someone at a very low level placed as a CAE, and that person is expected to engage at senior management meetings and add value. So there's a disjuncture there. So you will feel as if your internal audit is not adding value, but it's because you have not positioned or you have not employed a person that will fit what we want to achieve. So we need to ensure that we capacitate our internal audit units and we fill it with competent people. So there's no point in thinking that you have internal audit when you have 3 people in your unit. That internal audit is not fully capacitated and they will not yield any results. You need to fully capacitate to ensure that there is proper work that is done within that institution. So it must be by competent people. You can't take someone from just finance or procurement and say, no, they've done a module in auditing, so therefore, you must take someone that is correctly, that has the required competence to perform the work. Because you'll be faced with a CAE that is stressed, her component is filled with staff, but they're not able to perform what they're supposed to be doing because they lack the training, they lack the understanding. Now, after you've employed, after you have fully capacitated your internal audit with competent people, you need to continuously develop them. There are updates, there are things that are happening around them that they need to make sure that they are up to date with. They need to be trained. Also, there is a standard, because we are governed by EE standards, the Institute of Internal Auditors. In those standards also reflect that there should be external assessments that are done by auditors every 5 years. Now this is important because these assessments, they help us understand if we are on the right path, if we are conforming with the standards of the Institute. It helps us evaluate efficiency and effectiveness of the unit, and the recommendations. Okay, it also looks at the positioning of how the internal audit unit is functioning within the organization. So it looks at internal audit and the institution as well. So the issues of the positioning of the CAE or the not staffing of the units, it will come up in that report because it looks at internal audit holistically. Now, what happens is that, excuse me, now after the auditing or the assessment has been done, internal audit needs to then develop a quality assurance improvement plan to make sure that the recommendations that came from that assessment are implemented so that the unit itself improves. So we want to be taken seriously. So we want to make sure that we comply. Whatever was critiqued on our work, we improve on that so that we perform at a higher level. Now, our audits are risk-based. Now, this is important. I know that in most municipalities, they don't have functional risk management units. Now, this is where now your creative mind needs to work. I mean, you would, as now the CAE, have to conduct your own risk assessment and look at AG's reports and look at minutes of the meetings and look at your previous audit reports and look at your audit universe to assess the environment that you are in. You also look at the strategic document so that you have a holistic picture of what you're looking at. So if you can't place reliance on risk, then you have to do it yourself. But Tina, again, we're lucky, we're placing reliance on risk. They're able to provide us with the risk register. But what we've done is that we've put that in our methodology to say, to sort of like confine it to timeframes and say, because we have to produce a plan by the end of March. So by the 15th of February, risk management must be able to produce a risk register and provide us with that so that we're able to then conduct or complete our plan. Now we also look at mandatory audits like AFS, performance information. Now, at times, I just want to bring in the competency here. At times, the financials, we are not given sufficient time to review the financials. So you really need competent people on the field, on the ground, to make sure that the 3 days that you have to look at the financials, they know exactly which critical areas to look at and what to do, and not resubmit financials without picking up what is important. It is also important to include the governance issues in the SMS performance agreements. I know that some people may not agree with this, but this helps in keeping the SMS accountable to their supervisors, that whatever risks or governance issues that are lacking in my area of work, I am accountable for that, and I will report on what I have done with regards to that. And what also helps us improve our work is giving the auditee, after an audit, giving them a client satisfactory survey, so that we get to understand what we did wrong and what we did right during that audit. That will help us improve as well. With regards to the implementation of action plans, this is the issue. We've also had this issue for the longest time. Now, what you need to do initially is to do a root cause analysis before enforcing a recommendation or action plan to management. You understand exactly why are we here, and you engage management, because as auditors we do have generic root causes that we think of. But at times, what we think of may not be the case. So we need to engage management and discuss the root causes that may have led us to that finding, so that we know whatever action or recommendation addresses exactly the root cause. So we need to closely monitor it to make sure that these action plans are implemented. So you develop a tracker for your findings. We know there's an AIP for all ages findings, but for internal audit, you also develop a tracker which you present to management on a monthly basis. And if you have a problem, you have findings that are not being addressed. So you need to act urgently. You need to act to make sure that things are addressed on time. So on a monthly basis, you present your tracker to management. By doing that, you are allowing the accounting officer time or space to follow up as well with management as to why they're not addressing certain issues. Now, this must also be presented to your audit committees, your council meetings, your Opecs. Those structures should be able to help you track as well, or enforce your management to implement the findings that are on your tracker. This should then be a standing item until all findings are addressed. It should always be on your agenda item that this will be talked about. Now, the standards talk about the communicating of acceptance of risk. Now, we have done this. In fact, we have been doing this. We have been communicating the acceptance of risk, but we found that there is minimal movement from management to actually accept risk. So you find that our tracker has been filled with lots of items that have not been addressed. So what we did, we created a risk acceptance form, where when your finding has been in the tracker for more than 2 years, then we retrieve that form, we take it to the auditee, and say, please help us complete that so that we know that you are in no way able to address this finding. Give us the business justification for accepting the risk, impact of accepting the risk, and try and think of mitigating or compensating controls that in the meantime you can be implementing to make sure that it does not go out of hand. But trust me, we have not signed any form. What has happened is that people started addressing their findings. I think, in conclusion, I just want to say all assurance providers need to work together in unity to ensure that there is adequate coverage of all risk, adopt a systematic way of doing things, implement our controls to make sure that, to ensure a sustainable improved environment. Let's work together towards clean administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abraham. An auditor has spoken. No questions. No questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Abraham. What we'll do, we'll first take the other colleagues before we decide whether we allow few minutes for engagements or we have those engagements deliberated on with the panel. So we'll decide as we proceed. May I request Mr. Skampula to make a reflection on this constant clean audit achievement?
HODs, Cogta and Treasury, management officials, CFOs, CAEs, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, good morning. My name is Sebe Skambula. I'm the manager responsible for budget and reporting at SEMU. I'm standing in for our CFO who could not make it due to other commitments. Program Director, it is indeed a great honor for us to be invited to present in this kind of forum. I'll try and be very quick as I can see that we are indeed under pressure in terms of time. There's nothing very much new from my side, but just to say clean audit is possible and it can be maintained. Basically, the aim of the presentation is just to share the best practice that we have managed to implement in order to maintain the clean audit status. Our municipality, I won't dwell much on geographical space that we occupy. We are in Lady Grey, main offices, and Stegspruit and Barclay East satellite offices. Over the years, for like 13 years ago, we had varied audit outcomes, and after that, we had 6 consecutive unqualified audit opinions, and now we are standing at 8 consecutive years of clean audit. But this, of course, was not achieved without challenges. Looking at our key ratios, we do have issues that we are trying hard to resolve. Our repairs and maintenance, we are not doing well on that one. We are far below the 8% norm that is recommended by Treasury. But of course, there's also an element of employee-related costs that we are not yet costing to repairs and maintenance. In terms of our collection rate, we're also not doing well. We are a rural municipality, so collection is a challenge, I think, as expected. That also spills over to bad debts and provision for bad debts. Staff cost ratio versus Opecs, we are at the maximum of 40% at the moment. And in our stretch session that we had in the last 2 weeks, we discussed that in great detail, and there is a strategic plan to resolve that holistically as the municipality and try to bring the ratio down. Recently, in 2020-21 financial year, our grant spending was also low. We did not spend much on our grants due to challenges in terms of the contractors being terminated for poor performance, as well as non-responsive tenders. So we are working around the clock to try and clear those issues. So basically, in the past 5 years, we have had community protest, we have had declining of our financial resources. There was also Section 106 investigations, and then the MIC underspending in the past year. So it's also true that now, having obtained clean audit for several years now, it looks like the community is used to that, so they want more. So now we have to translate that clean audit into service delivery. So when you report that we have obtained another clean audit, the comments that you see are not necessarily appreciating that, but they're looking at why are we not seeing the services on the ground. So the municipality is now taking that stance to move towards improving the service delivered. Looking at our strengths that we think have been of advantage to us, since 2001, we only had 3 mayors, one serving 2 full terms and the other 2 serving 1 term, full term each. We have had the same accounting officer since 2001. All senior managers that report directly to accounting officer have served a minimum of 15 years. That was before July 2020. We have had new senior managers after July. So that sort of like brought an advantage to us because there's been good stability between politics and administration. So there's been a good understanding and great interface and supporting of each other in terms of making decisions and implementing those decisions. So it also worked well for us to achieve the clean audit. At general level, in terms of our cash and cash equivalents, we are sitting in above 400 million, which is 46% of our total asset base, which I think for a rural municipality, it was also very good of us to have achieved that. And it then eliminates the issues of having to worry about funding, having to worry about the health status of the financial health. I think another aspect is the recruitment process. I think our recruitment processes are very strengthened. For instance, our municipal manager also sits in the interviews for middle managers just to oversee the process and observe to ensure that the appointments are based on merit and so we attract the right skills for the jobs. Also, we have good oversight committees which are effective and functional. I would mention specifically our audit committee. Sometimes they can be very harsh. They are very biting. Yeah, you can't go to an audit committee without preparing. Otherwise, yeah, they will chow you. Then moving closer to the ground, more operationally, we have come up with a concept of a framework at the finance department where we look at these 5 areas, key areas, financial management, asset and expenditure, revenue, budgeting, and SCF. So for each of these, we try as much as possible to assess the control environment or to analyze the control environment for each of them. The control environment is derived from our legislative mandate, and from there we prepare, we we develop policies and SOPs, and from there we drill down to templates and checklists for audit evidence. I won't be long, but I think this one is very critical, because for financial management we have a monthly AFS plan which feeds into our annual AFS plan. So all those things that you do at year end, we have now adopted to do them on a monthly basis. So everything that would be in your audit file is now being created and produced on a monthly basis, and then it gets updated. So all those registers, your grant registers, all your recons, and your investment registers, we do that on a monthly basis and just update the audit file on a monthly basis. So it also assists us at year end, so that we don't have much to do. Also, I can make mention quickly the SCM. In this current financial year, we have revamped our SCM SOPs and templates, especially focusing on the bid committees, your spec, your evaluation, and your adjudication. We have now developed comprehensive templates which cover everything, because in the 2019-20 we had an instance of irregular that almost costed us our clean audit status. So we have dealt that deeply by developing those templates that they are so comprehensive. They may look tedious at face value, but they cover everything, so that when you go through the checklist, you don't miss anything from that. Additionally, we have 5 other measures that we implement. One, control environment. We ensure that for each area we have business processes that are prepared. We have standard reconciliations on daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, half-year basis, and also standardization of checklists and forms. So we focus more on the preventative controls, especially around the area of SCM and expenditure, because the municipality is expenditure driven, and you find that the bulk of the audit as well is focused on SCM and expenditure, and the high risk areas that can make you regress are mainly at SCM and expenditure. But also we do detective controls, which are rechecks. You know, after, for instance, after payment has been made, maybe after a month, we do go back to the files and check them one by one to see that everything that was supposed to be there is actually there. And also the issue of misallocation, that it can be addressed if maybe mistakenly an item was misallocated. We also involve the internal audit and the audit committee in complex processes. For instance, if we have a tender that we feel that it is quite technical, we do refer that to internal audit, and our audit committee is also welcoming, is approachable in terms of referring issues to them. We also have action plan, operation clean audit report. Although we have a clean audit, but there are some housekeeping issues, and there are other issues that can escalate into something big if they are not taken care of. So we do that, and it is also a standing item in our audit committee that we report on the action plan. And if not, the audit committee will deal with you. I've already mentioned the AFS plan that we prepare, and we reference that to the audit file on a monthly basis, and then we incorporate that to the year end. And then that is the next one is the preparation of audit file. I won't dwell much on that. Then the audit management. We also believe that the audit has to be managed. I noted yesterday that AG said we shouldn't manage the audit, but I respectfully would want to differ with him. You have to manage the audit, because if you don't manage, then it can be a problem. So the issue of managing is basically on recording and distributing of RFIs, follows up, reviews, clear and satisfactory responses to RFIs and COF. So you need to have someone who is championing the audit from the side of the municipality and make sure that everything is running smoothly. And you would think, I'm sure, maybe all of us here, we have had an experience where information was requested, and then later on it was requested again. And So if you did not keep your records right, AG can say you did not submit information. And then I remember, I think in our 2019-20, there was an issue of a tender document that was requested and then later on requested, and that second request would have resulted in non-compliance, but it's of the same information that was submitted. So you really need to have a champion who's strong and hands-on in everything. Also, it helps to coordinate interactions between AG and management, because you find that maybe the management, they're not necessarily clued up with the terms and concepts of the audit, so you need someone central who is going to be able to coordinate and interpret information for the management. So other factors, I'm getting there, Program Director. MPEC, we have a good MPEC. I've also mentioned the Audit Committee. They're quite very strong. We have an internal audit unit that is supportive. Strategic direction and governance, we have a strong governance unit that is driven by the municipal manager, and also strong fiscal control and management. Even though we do have financial reserves, but we try as much as possible to implement cost containment measures to limit expenditure to revenue, ensure that you don't budget for deficit, you budget for a surplus. But of course, I think in these years, maybe in the next 2-3 years, we try to use some of those reserves to provide service delivery to the people. So in conclusion, Program Director, we are proud of what we have done. We have had mistakes, we have had issues, but we continue to learn, and we continue to strive for better position going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skampula, for that reflection. I won't waste time. Let me request Mr. Zugulu to come up front and make a reflection as a newcomer. As a newcomer.
Manben bullies, while I try to open Lendila Papamkwam. You know, listening to all these presentations, listening to all these presentations, I was actually glad. I even made a note on my notepad there that I did not know before I came here that I had to prepare a presentation. I'm actually glad I didn't, because I can assure you, my presentation would have repeated exactly the same things that everyone has presented here. And I can assure you, there's CFOs who are sitting here who have not gotten to the stage of getting clean audits. But if you were to ask them to make a similar presentation in terms of how they've done things, they will tell you exactly the same things. That I can assure you of. And in an attempt to try and avoid sounding like everyone else, is there a way I can have the presentation flighted? I don't see anything I can connect to. Okay, please. Someone told me I needed, if I can just make about 5 to 6 slides, it's fine. I said, is all late? I said, no, it's fine. But unfortunately, a slide to me, Mr. Mkliva knows, a slide with 5 lines to me, that's about 30 minutes of a conversation that we can have. So, so he had no idea what he was subjecting himself to. But I'll try and be as short as humanly possible in the interest of time. And please, there's a last line there that I have in my presentation. It's just a joke, guys. I expect everyone to laugh when I get to it. I don't expect everyone to take it seriously. The name is Uzakele. They call me Alex. Bawathanda abantu amagama esingesi. Ndinalo igama lesintu ndinguzakele. And I'm happy with elo gama. Of course, no Alex ndim. I'm not saying wrong to say that. No Alex ndinguye. I've been the CFO of now Winnie-Madikizela Mandela Local Municipality since 2017. I started, when I left the private sector, wherever I was, I joined the municipality. I was still very young at the age. I joined the municipality as an intern. It was Mbizana then. I think that was back in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. I was still a very young man. I still am, by the way. And I later left the municipality in 2011 to join KSD, where I stayed until 2013, and then Mbizana felt the need for me to come back to Mbizana in 2013. From 2013 up to 2017, I was the guy that was standing here before me, but in Mbizana. I was doing the same job, budgeting and reporting. That's what I was managing there. And then 2017, I took over as a CFO. Of course, these are the things I'm going to try and cover. Of course, the purpose of my presentation, which everyone knows, but I decided let me take a different route than everyone else and look at issues that involve understanding issues as the specific municipality that you're dealing with, putting systems in place, changing the organizational culture, because that is what I find in most municipalities is the problem. Understanding the audit process. He spoke about managing it. I'm going to speak about understanding it for you to be able to manage it. And then, of course, the outcome at the end. Of course, the purpose of the presentation is to share experiences to change the audit outcomes. We need to agree and understand. I can tell you what I've done. Anyone else can tell you what they've tried to do. But the reality is that there is no one solution because we are not dealing with similar problems. What I might have a problem with or what I might have found being a problem where I was might not be an issue when I was off. So that we need to understand. There is no one size fits all solution. Unfortunately, there won't be. Each municipality has its own unique challenges that require management to correctly diagnose. The word there being correctly diagnosed. Don't take yonke lento uyivayo don't take yonke lento uyivayo xa kuthethwa ngomasipala and say I'm going to work out a solution based on yonke lento endiyivayo. Look at what the exact problems of that municipality are. Not correctly diagnosing a problem may lead to you not being able to deal with the problem. That is what you need to be able to do. Don't take shortcuts. I even used the Lendoga back to basics. We all have basics. We all have basic things. When I'm dealing with this, the basic says, do that. Don't complicate things. Don't complicate things for yourself. Just do the basics. Just do the basics. Everything else will fall into place. Be brave and take necessary decisions. When you get to a point where there's a decision that needs to be taken, when you get to a point where there is something that needs to be gotten rid of, the fact that you even conceived the idea, it means for you it is a solution. Ngokuba uzabubuyisa zonke ezi zinto zisecaleni uzivumela ukuba mazikustop from taking the decision you want to take. Unfortunately, you will end up not taking the decision. And the reason that led you to even thinking about it, zizawuqhubeka zona zibe zikhona. And you had the solution, but you brought all the problems up engqondweni yakho to stop you from implementing the solution that you had. When making a decision, you are either going to make a mistake or you are going to make the right decision. But when the decision is yours, whether you made a mistake, you will know how to fix the mistake. When a decision is yours. But making a mistake on a decision that is not yours, or on a decision that you have allowed to be influenced by other things, when you run into a problem, you won't know how to get out of it. That is what is nice about taking your own decision. Whether ikusehlathini or iyakukhupha, you know ukuba uhambe phi wrong. You will be able to do that. Try and do that as much as possible. What issues do we find kwaMasipala sonke sikubo? Okay, let me say this. Nokubungaya kumphi, I think about 90%, if not 95% of municipalities, they no longer really have these issues now. But 5 years ago, most municipalities still had some of these issues that related to issues of oversight structures, senior managers and managers, and staff in general, not really understanding their roles. When I say not understanding their roles, what do I mean? I mean a senior manager. I will talk about senior managers. Zona nethemba loba ngeke zibe offended xa ndithetha. You have a senior manager wa engineering services that has into ethi kuye ngaphakathi kukhona imisebenzi kukhona izinto eziyi-responsibility ka-CFO. He is not seeing himself as a senior manager of the institution. He is seeing himself as a senior manager of a department. That is not understanding your role. If he understands his role yake, he will know that he is a senior manager of the institution. And being a senior manager of the institution, it means everything is your problem. That is what I mean when I say people not really understanding role zabo. You have oversight structures, EMPEC thinking bona they only have certain things to deal with. You have EXCO saying they only have certain things to deal with. Not really understanding the impact yomsebenzi wabo kwi-institution as a whole. That is what I mean. The city people not understanding their roles. I'm not saying they did not understand. They did understand their roles, but not to the context of the institution as a whole. But we've gotten there. Not even a single presenter has not spoken about adequate skills. Even the presentation before me here also touched on that. That is why I'm saying I was glad that I did not have time alone to prepare for this presentation. Otherwise, I would have sounded exactly like everyone else. Of course, that was a problem, inadequate skills in key areas of municipal administration, and that starts with understanding which areas are key in the institution. That is what you need to understand first. You need to identify areas that you believe are key and make sure they are properly resourced. Lack of understanding on e-legislation and linkages between e-compliance and improvement in governance. You see, there is one thing I've gotten to appreciate. The importance of complying with these legislations. Yes, sometimes, but I think we've improved a great deal. But sometimes you would find in Dobana Abandu they are just doing things for compliance purposes. But there was a very big point that I thought And I still think people are missing abasenza londo, okanye abasacinga uba benza londo, which is limited to bekiweyo and these regulations and complying with these things. They set the basics for you. They set the basics for you. And the more you make it a culture to understand the reasons why you have to comply with these things, trust me, you will start seeing things happening differently. Because the basic stuff you would have done. The importance of that cannot be undermined. Lack of understanding of the audit outcomes and their long-term effects to the institutions. Those are problems that I found. Those are problems that most CFOs 5 years ago found, mostly in their institutions. People not understanding the effect that these audit outcomes have, long-term effects to the institutions that they work for. Which immediately, when you start understanding the long-term impact and effect of that, you will feel the need to make sure that the audit outcomes improve. They give you an opportunity to have a say. And there is nothing that is more important than having a say in anything that you are dealing with. If you are in a situation where you can't have a say, you are really, really, really helpless. So they are actually good for us as well, to be able to have a say in terms of what we do, and in terms of how we think what we do should be looked at, and in terms of what we think what we do should be done. It allows everyone to be able to listen to us. But if you don't improve, no one will be listening to you. You may have a point, but unfortunately, you won't even get a platform to have to put your point through. Oversight structures, I cannot emphasize that. I tried to explain that. Putting systems in place. There is no municipality here that doesn't have systems in place. And we almost all have systems that are similar to each other. When we come to present here, we would present exactly the same thing. But the end product is not the same. What might be the problems? You need to know what skill is needed and make sure that you acquire such skill. Acquiring such a skill does not necessarily mean going out and getting a skill. If you have a way of creating the skill that you believe you need, do that. That is what I mean when acquiring, because some of us will say, but I get there and there's already people and I don't have an opportunity to hire people. By acquiring, I don't mean go out. If you don't have an opportunity to go out, look at the resources you have. Look at the resources that you can mold to become what you want them to be. But it starts with you as the leader, knowing the skill that is needed. You see, when we say skill, I always tell this to people in interviews, that when we advertise a position, there's only one thing we are already setting off with those who are shortlisted. All of you meet the requirements we wanted in terms of qualifications and in terms of experience. But the only thing now that is different when you come into a room for an interview is for us to extract the character that we want out of all these people who have the qualifications that we are looking for. They have the experience that we are looking for, but the CV will not be able to give me the character that I want. When you walk into an interview room, I have a character that I want to extract from you. And if you cannot give me that character, unfortunately, whether you were the right person, you are unfortunately not the right person for me. Because the character that I wanted, I could not extract it from you. So, Develop compliance monitoring mechanisms. Of course, we all do that. Take full advantage of government training initiatives in the local government space. You see, these training initiatives, as Bakona, sometimes we do take them lightly. But if you go back to Landobendi Tetile, Yokuba, do the basics, you will find that these training programs, they actually give you the basic stuff that you need to do. And if we take full advantage of those, we'll find ourselves, right, set up structures to deal with problem areas encompassing different affected areas. Similar thing that Singh spoke about, having structures like your Operation Clean Audit structures that we have, that would include people from various departments within the institution, having to deal with issues that come up, tani audit. Those kind of things help. Yes, the structures may not necessarily give you the outcome you wanted, but when you look back, there is a lot that you gain from those structures. There is a lot that people gain from being in those structures in terms of understanding how we can get ourselves out of whatever problems as strengthen document management systems. Everyone has spoken about this. Cogta KZN spoke about this in terms of their presentations. So that's why I'm saying it's going to sound like we are all repeating the same things. But with your documents properly managed, saying we actually spoke about this as well. With your documents properly managed, you have already done the greater part of managing the audit process when it starts. You won't have problems of limitations of scope. You have already addressed something already even before the audit starts. Identify people to work with external stakeholders, saying we said exactly the same thing. Have people who are going to manage these processes with other people that are coming from outside. Knowing that we have one central point that is dealing with these issues. When we have a problem, we know where to go to. When we have a problem, we know what the problem is. Do things on your own. It helps with understanding every little detail. This was said again yesterday when we spoke of the issue consultants. To say, I think DDG said, Sibakasha late as consultants zifike 11th hour, and we want them ukubama a product at the end of the day. But Tina, we have had 12 months to deal with the information that we want them to deal with in 3 weeks, and they must give us a product out of that. Try and make sure that you do things on your own. We have done everything on our own for the past 6 years now. The first time we did financial statements on our own, we moved from a qualification to an unqualified audit opinion. We stayed there for 5 years. And this is the 6th year, we moved to a clean audit. Out of the 6 years that I'm talking about, 3 of those years, the set that we submitted on the 31st of August had no adjustments, anything that needed to be done to it, up to the end of the audit. Because we understand every little detail that is in that document. We understand every little detail that has been fed onto the financial systems that are going to feed that document at the end of the year. That is very important, but I do understand in most instances it comes as a way of addressing shortage of resources that you would need to have to be able to do that. Because mostly we do not hire consultants because we don't know how to do these things. We know how to do these things, but the time I have, they give me a resource that will have sufficient time to deal with these things. Mna kube kulixesha endingazukwazi ukuba ndibe nalo with the resources that I have. So this notion that when, as a CFO, I hire consultants to do things for me, makes me useless as a CFO, is not correct. That I want to register here. There are a number of reasons. That is why I said, there is no one-size-fits-all solution kwezi zinto. Umntu nomntu has got problems zakhe eziunderstandwa nguye and understand the solutions yena acinga uba angabe ezisebenzisa okwangoku. We all want to do these things ngoku kwethu. Nathi we don't like, but the stress of dealing with these consultants, guys, come on. We can't be subjecting ourselves to that if we had another choice. In most cases where people do that, it's because they do not have a choice. It's the only option they have to make sure into yokubana by the time i-financials zifuna zibe zikhona ngayo zizabe zikhona. Kungabikho nto ingenye ishiyekeleyo ngasemva. Monthly processes, Sengu spoke about that. I'm not going to say that, and we all do that. I am sure of that. Things with recons, monthly financials, for most of us. Realistic reporting and analysis of outcomes. I always tell people that when I want a report, as a leader of the institution, I am unable to be in every corner of the institution at all the time so that I know what's happening. But if the reports that I get are accurate, are able to point me to problem areas that need attention. So the importance of those reports being realistic and accurate cannot be undermined for CFOs, for municipal managers, for council structures to make decisions. Because as a leader, all you have is that report to identify what is going right, what is not going right. And if that is not correct, unfortunately, changing the organizational structure, getting everyone to understand the way things have always been done hasn't worked. If the audit outcomes haven't improved, and people have been there for more than 5 years, the first thing you need them to understand is that the way things have always been done has not worked. Meaning we need to find a way of changing the way we do things. Introduce new appropriately skilled personnel in areas where you can identify. You see, when you get to an institution as old as a municipality, you are bound to find people who've been there long enough. And your only real hope of finding a way of influencing those people is try to find a way of introducing new people among them. You cannot change all of them, I know, but just find ways of making sure that you introduce, even if it's just one person that you go and introduce, it's fine. Using the Municipal Finance Management Internship Program to create necessary skills. If you read the guidelines and you understand the purpose of that program, you will understand how to implement it and to take full advantage of the program to make sure that you create the people that local government will need in the future. That is a very, very good program, but unfortunately, we don't take time to understand it, to be able to implement it correctly. Implementing it correctly, start from selecting them. That is where it starts. Who do you select? What kind of people do you select? That is where it starts. If we can try and look at those, because government is spending a lot of money on that program, and that program needs to give us people who are going to help us maintain ezi zinto sithetha ngazo namhlanje. Okay, making all accounting processes a daily thing. Sengu has already said that. Tap into people's dreams and make them realize this is their opportunity to do better and work for their names. You see, one thing that is nice that I can guarantee everyone olapha endlini kukuba thina kule ndawo sikuyo kwa local government, kwa finance. Wonke umuntu odila naye pha, wonke umuntu ofikela kuwe phayana, as someone who once had aspirations of becoming a chartered accountant. Tap into that. Remind them why they went into the field. And make them realize that they are not where they think they should have been, but where they are now is the opportunity to try and show what is it that they would have done if they were where they wanted to be. If you can keep reminding people those kind of things. By the way, I have one guy, I have one of my employees who has just qualified as a chartered accountant that I'm sure I'm going to lose very shortly. So those are the kind of things that we're talking about when we're saying, tap into their minds, remind them who they are, remind them who they once wanted to be, and you will see them give you, they will give it to you. Let me skip that. Understanding the audit process. Get everyone understanding auditors are not, okay, I'm merely applying audit procedures. Because other people react differently to auditors because they think auditors, they come with a vendetta already when they come. Just understand they are merely applying audit procedures that tell them that you must look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Understand that. Whatever they find, understand they were merely applying an audit procedure and something didn't add up and they felt the need to raise it. People to understand their role into getting auditors, understand the processes better. Remember, you are dealing with someone who has never dealt with what you are dealing with. Now, it becomes your responsibility to make, because yena the audit procedures umntu aziphethe apha phambi kwakhe uzi-aplya literally senza ugqiba like uzi-aplya literally when you have been in the space for too long to understand the space better. Make the auditor understand the space better. Make the auditor understand even the purpose yalento azamu ukuyitesta, what the purpose is yayo. With that understanding, I can assure you, auditors will add value in terms of what you do. Big time. With that understanding, your baba understand nabo your space kakuhle, because when you are in that space, and know that an audit finding indicates an area of weakness that needs addressing. Whether you end up agreeing that the finding is resolved. But one thing you must keep in mind, that is why Sengo is saying, even though they've been getting clean audits for 8 years, but they still continue to have audit action plans. Because it means if an auditor raises something, whether you end up agreeing or not, it means there was a gray area. It's telling you that next time when this person comes, they must not find this gray area. They must find this thing clear next time when they come. Singaphinde sibe nale discussion. E1. CFOs, utilization of internal audit. Where's the areas that we have identified as your areas? To more internal audit, to go there and have regular reviews for you there. Or try and influence i-plan yabo to include these areas. Uba kulo nyaka they will be looking at these, looking at this, looking at these, looking at these. They will greatly assist you in terms of identifying problems you may not have already identified. Of course, get teams ready to provide information that has already been dealt with. Audit action plans to include all issues raised, whether nivumelene okanye nivumelanga, but if there was an issue that was raised, get that into your audit action plan. Clear that gray area for next time. Taking time to understand the audit finding to be able to address it properly or help the auditors raise the correct findings. Colleagues, we've experienced this. Auditors have raised findings. Yes, there is a finding to be raised, but the finding they raised is not the correct finding. If you take time to understand the finding yourself, you will be able to assist them to raise the correct finding. I'm going to make an example, Mr. Mclever. Internal audit raised a finding of a backup generator that was maintained ngemali engaphezulu kwe-cost yayo. We have a new building esinayo phaa kwaMunicipal. But when I took time to actually have a look at that, what I identified was that no, actually the backup generator they were referring to is an old backup generator. The new one is not on the register. The new big one was not on the register that was maintained. Bona, they saw a backup generator and they assumed this is the one. So just by understanding that finding, I was able to direct internal audit and assist internal audit to raise a finding that says that backup generator is not on the register. We would have tried to address a finding, singazukwazi we address again, we are not addressing the correct finding. The correct finding was that we need to bring that generator into the register so that they can see its cost as well. Because they were only seeing maintenance costs on the side, but the register they can't find, the generator they can't find anywhere. They find another register, they assume it's the register that they are talking about. Try to understand the finding so that if the finding is not correct, help them to raise the correct finding so that now our addresser, you address the correct finding. Next time they come, you would have addressed the finding. Kutwa, we are not addressing audit findings because audit findings siyaziyeka ziphume zirongo. Ingeyiyo lento that you need to address. Umdu comes next time, it's still there because it did not need addressing. The actual thing that needed addressing has not been addressed. Let's do that. Try and understand the finding. Mazinga so two findings. Try and sit down with it. Try and understand. Try and understand bufike njani kulento. And then uzawubona na uba unyanisile na okanye makathethe enye into not lena into ayithethayo. The outcome, of course, trust among stakeholders. There is nothing more difficult than working with people who don't trust you. But if you are able to do all these things, then people trust you. And when they trust you, you are able to have a say, like I said. Improved employee confidence and ability to apply their minds, improved systems of internal control, systems that are able to run on their own, audit outcomes, just an assurance that systems are in place and sebenza kakuhle than the institution doing well. It does not necessarily mean no gonenza kakuhle as an institution, as Sen was saying. By audit outcome, it just means as systems are in places, ziyasebenza and ziyayenza lento kufana makube ziyayenza. And xa ndigqibelisa, colleagues, if none of these works, change the name of the municipality to Winnie Madikizela Mandela Local Municipality.
Thank you very much, Alex. Now we are extremely behind time. Now we need to relook at our stage setup so that we can quickly have our panel for further engagement. Team ngelincedisa sisuse le podium sikhawuleze singene nje kwi panel discussion. In fact, from our discussion, we shall have the head of department, Mr. Fani. From Provincial Treasury, we shall have Ms. Oliphant. KZN Cogta, Ms. Joe Christianen, AG Sabelo Mavundla. Those are our panel members. We are ready. The team to assist with the removal of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. We now have to proceed with our phase 2 of our session. As we can see, we have our panelists in front of us, and based on what we got from yesterday's deliberations, in terms of the reflections that were made by various speakers, quite a number of issues were raised. Some were referred as enablers in response to internal control. As well, some were raised as challenges. And therefore, we need to interrogate how best can we strengthen internal audit for the purposes of strengthening our internal controls that would lead to improved municipal audits. Now, there's quite a lot that was raised yesterday. The strengthening of internal accountability, the internal audit capacity, the issue of consequence management, inadequate implementation of recommendations by AG or oversight structures, And of course, over-reliance on consultancy is one of the issues that was raised strongly yesterday. And again, the combined assurance, and there was a view also that says we need to manage the execution, not necessarily the audit. And lastly, the risk management. Now, we are gonna have a discussion with the panelists first, then we will deal with one key item, and we allow the audience present here to engage on the subject for the panelists to make a reflection, as it were. Now, I will start with the head of department, Mr. Fani. Given the picture that was painted yesterday on issues of internal controls, the performance of municipalities in terms of municipal audits, and it appeared that there is an issue around internal controls. In your view, what are the importance of internal controls in strengthening our internal audit units?
Well, thanks very much, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. I think that we might have done a mistake yesterday of not recognizing that we have got a traditional leader that is being buried today. I would plead and ask us to just give a moment of silence to Tatuma Tanzim, who's buried today. Some of us were supposed to be there or connecting, but we couldn't because we realized that this meeting is important. Thank you very much. May his soul rest in peace. Look, Program Director, if I was controlling the program, I would say that there is no necessity for the panel discussion, but just that it's a necessary thing and I can't bulldoze the program, precisely because most of the things have been raised. Many speakers that were here were raising a number of things, but if you realize them, they are common. But I think that the first thing that is critical from where I am in terms of making sure that there's a good platform for the outcomes that we would wish to see is to make sure that the environment we are operating in, we know it very well. That's very critical. The environment we're working in, we know it very well, in the sense that we can't be expecting that at the tail end we will be able to get good results, all of us, including all of us in the provincial government, if there is no consistency in the organization. Consistency relates to a number of issues. Policies that should be in place so that you can account as to why did you do this thing, is there any basis for that? Make sure that there's legislative compliance in whatever you are doing. That, again, the third component is that your compliance register becomes critical in that environment. And whatever you're doing, you would understand that legislation has got time. You expect it at a particular time to do 1, 2, 3, 4, if you don't miss those. But critical to this, what we are failing sometimes to do or we do not afford to do, which I picked up to municipalities, is to have our risk units operating in the institution. Because if you are going to travel, you also think that what are the risks associated with this travel? Do I have enough budget? Do I have this? Do I have this? And how do I mitigate those risks? I think that that's the major challenge that we are facing, and I think we must work very hard to begin to deal with it. I understand there are resource challenges, and most municipalities would not be able to have their fully fledged risk units to begin to deal with those matters. But also it is critical for all of us. When we deal with our audit improvement plans, I have observed a number of, I've observed some of the things in the department, where you'll always find that when you are supposed to account, you'll always find in progress, and in progress, and in progress. And it becomes an in-progress activity until AG comes. So it's a very critical component that you interrogate the in-progress in itself, because the word in progress does not say anything. You might pay 10% last week. When we ask you still pay 10%, it remains in progress. For me, it was 10% in the past week and 10% again this week. There is no in progress. And it's a risk that we seriously need to consider. The other component is colleagues, is that we need to give space to our internal audit colleagues to do their work. You know, I always say that it's a risk for internal audit to report sometimes to the accounting officer. It depends what kind of the accounting officer are you. Because sometimes they can be manipulated. I'm not saying they will be agreeing in manipulation. The first thing that you do as an accounting officer, if you don't want your internal audit to succeed or to see some of the things in the institution, is not to provide budget for them and not fight for them. That's very critical. They will cry in meetings, and you would ignore that. They will cry with staff, you would ignore that. These are other things that make the institution, because for me, if we give them what they want and we give them support, they are helping us to give us indicators that the organization is not doing well in the following items. Please attend to the following items. But also what I've observed, sometimes there is a tension between audit leadership and CFOs. Sometimes we would realize that there's a tension. When we deal with issues, we pick up that there is a tension. Sometimes the interpretation, or maybe a CFO would not agree what the internal auditor is saying, not in a bad way. But sometimes it depends also on the human beings. What kind of a person are you? But critically to all this, for me, we are all under pressure. You heard yesterday here, some people were saying there's nothing called clean audit. Some colleagues were saying here yesterday, there's nothing called clean audit. It's an unqualified audit opinion. Because the other argument which we had, I think we were talking with the AG, saying that there's nothing clean. This vocab of clean is not coming. The so-called clean. I think the auditor, when we were sitting with the Auditor General in the meeting, they said the so-called clean. They said in their vocabulary, there's nothing called clean audit. Because there are still issues, even if you are being seen as unqualified, but there are still other issues that you need to attend to. So that in itself becomes critical. But also, colleagues, if we will centralize the audit to internal audit to CFOs, then it becomes a big problem. Because in order for a CFO to do what is expected, as managers in the institution, we must as well perform our duties and provide the necessary, correct, and reliable information. Where when AG comes in, or if anyone comes in, you are able to be comfortable. There's assurance. It's important that assurance is there in whatever, and credibility of the information you release becomes very critical. Now, if we will concentrate only on the financial side and don't talk about performance information, we are missing the boat. Because the more emphasis, we have more emphasis on the financial aspect to talk about annual financial statements and so on. But also AG goes down to look at your performance information. If there's no reliability in the performance information, it does have a serious impact in your audit. I know in Cogta was unqualified in the province, I think for more than 5 years. But the qualification was on performance information. We dealt with that once, hence we get an unqualified report. While people, they will call it clean. Precisely because there was no reliance on information. Each time when you want a portfolio of evidence, people will collect papers somewhere instead of keeping track with all your files. And when AG comes in, you just release the files and they look at all the information as per your key performance areas. So I think that we should as well not make that mistake. Because if we hear yesterday and even today, I think Sengo was saying, people are saying, yeah, you've got this clean report and all that, clean audit outcomes, but service delivery. Now it goes to performance information because AG now is going to go, in fact, what they have done already is to go to our infrastructure projects and all that. And those issues, if we don't make our way and find a way of saying, if you'll have to deliver 5-kilometer road and you say it has been delivered, and send portfolio of evidence is saying the road has been completed, yes, the certificate, when AG goes there and there's no road, then it becomes a big problem. So let's balance up and make sure that we're strong now on the financial side, but I think that we need to deal with the performance information as well and make sure that we do well, because it does have an impact in that. This is what they're saying to us, to say, even at a municipal level at some point now, we will visit projects. You all know that stadiums were an issue, roads were an issue. They visited those areas. And AG was saying that there's a big problem here, and we will concentrate on these matters going forward. So I think that for me, those are the areas that I feel that are critical in dealing with this. But also with those that are still struggling to get into the top of the mountain. You must take the necessary pace, but take the necessary pace consciously. You see, sometimes the problems that we're facing cannot be resolved today. Our situations are not the same, but the attempts of dealing with those problems help sometimes. It doesn't necessarily mean you are not doing good if you are not, you got a disclaimer, you got an adverse. Sometimes we have to take responsibility of other people's actions. And unfortunately, you can't point back and say, no, so-and-so have done this thing. You have to find a way of forging forward. It doesn't mean that people are disgraced. The pressure that is being put, it should be taken as a positive pressure. But the biggest thing that I would want to say, you say who is there is fine, they are there. But if for the first time you get a good report from AG, you are not supposed to be marching on that and be happy on that. The issue that you have to ask yourself is, will I be able to sustain it? Sustainability is a critical component. This is what you're also saying in the department, to say, you can get this report, but for me, I'm looking now for other years, whether we are going to sustain this. Because if you don't sustain this, it becomes an embarrassment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD, for such reflections. And it appears, colleagues, that the municipal audit outcome is not a problem. It's only a result, it's a consequence, which therefore means the actual issue that we need to deal with are the internal controls. Now, in the same spirit, Joe, we know that now the issue is not necessarily the audit, the issue is the internal controls that we need to strengthen, and particularly focusing on our internal audit units. Now, what practical, tangible mechanisms would you forward to this team to say it works for us, and this is what we do as KZN Cogta?
Thanks, Program Director, and good morning, colleagues, again. So let me start where I think the CFO from Winnie Madikizela Mandela was saying that we need to manage the audit, and also the manager from Senku. We have to manage the audit. It's not about, internal audit plays a critical role in terms of coordinating, because one of the requirements is that the audit committee, internal audit and external audit are working together. And the audit committee should actually be managing the relationship between internal audit and external audit, ensuring alignment with the plans, the programs, and assessing the work that is being done. But because these are external resources and they don't meet as often as they should, you have that limitation. So internal audit then can pick up that role of engaging on behalf of the institution with the audit, and really just coordinating. They're not ultimately responsible for any of the information, any of the documentation, any of the answers that are required. That's a collective responsibility of the entire management team. So that becomes the second point, is that the entire management team is responsible for an audit outcome. And yes, we can argue there's no technical, there isn't a clean audit. Technically, there is such a thing as a clean audit. It's called an unqualified audit with no matters of emphasis. So if we're going to be technical, we can use the long language, but colloquially, we'll call it a clean audit, right? in honor of our former minister. May his soul rest in peace. Okay, so that is the thing, management, and the leader, the head of the institution, HOD, you do that as well, is to get the team together through those audit steering committees to the audit war rooms during the audit, to all come together and respond and react to what the auditors are asking for. So I just want to make a few other points, like practically, we need to, when in the local government space, it's easier in the province because we have one person as the executive authority. And you have a good relationship between your HOD and the executive authority, you have stability, you don't have issues. But in the municipal space, you have the political leadership. And it's imperative that we take political leadership along with us, because they make decisions, right? So they make decisions on the budget, they make strategic decisions on the IDP. And, you know, we sometimes, when we want to do the wrong thing, we take it to council. And we believe that because we have a council resolution, we can now do it and it's validated. It happens, okay? That is not what the law requires. The buck stops with the accounting officer, okay? So that's an important point to make in terms of ensuring compliance and sticking to the law. But the council has a responsibility as an assurance provider. So CAE from Cogta, we believe that, and our AG looks at our council structures also as providing assurance. So the mayor is your first line of political assurance. Your EXCO and your portfolio committees are your second line of political assurance. Because remember, they need to interrogate the work that management is doing by the reports that are submitted, for example, to a technical portfolio committee. So if that road is meant to be there, that 5-kilometer road, then the portfolio committee should be looking at whether that project is on track, within budget, and on time. You know, it's going to be delivered, and the quality it's of the right standard. So our portfolio committees don't actually do this. And we need to capacitate councillors to be able to do this. And your final line of assurance, your third line of assurance on the political side then, is your MPAC and council. And that's, if we see it in that context, and we work with those structures at the right levels, then we can also get our councillors working towards getting a clean audit, and not presuming that it's only the administration that needs to get us a clean audit. And then program director, just for the profession and the CAEs that are here, you know, we do have, it is a scarce skill in the country. We're not able to attract people. In municipalities, especially the smaller municipalities, get used as stepping stones to move to bigger municipalities until someone finds himself in a metro. So there's a high turnover sometimes. And we've got to deal with these issues practically. Combining the internal audit and risk function where you don't have resources becomes a key issue. And then the location and credibility of the function is important. It reports directly to the accounting officer, administratively and functionally to the audit committee. And that's because of trying to maintain the independence. But what you're doing is you're working for the institution. And auditors sometimes say, no, we're independent. You know, so we can't help you. We can tell you what's wrong. We can tell you, but we can't help you to fix it. And I think we need to look at that boundary. It's not black and white auditors. Life is not black and white. There are some gray areas, right? The independence must come from the point at which your integrity is being brought to question. If you are helping the institution draft a policy, is that going to affect your integrity? No, okay? So that's where practically you need to start helping the institution to improve and respond to the audit issues. And then also we need to look at it collectively and say, do we need internal audit in every municipality? Do we need internal control in every municipality, and maybe internal audit at a district level? Because of the lack of resources, right? And if you want to attract the right skills at the right cost, there's things we can do practically to do that. We used to have shared services in KwaZulu-Natal, where internal audit had the best business case for being a shared service, because now you're completely independent. You're sitting somewhere else, but you're auditing on the ground. Do you know why our shared service failed? Because people felt, I don't want somebody else knowing about my dirty laundry. And we need to rise above that and deal with issues and systems. So that's another suggestion. And I think, the evaluation 5 years is important in terms of the standard. So as KZN Cogta, we've asked the IIA to accredit Cogta and Cogta staff to do those to do those external evaluations. Okay, so because it's a huge cost. If you're going to ask PwC or KPMG or any other firm to come in and do the evaluation of internal audit, and also audit committees are also meant to do self-evaluations. But self-evaluations are biased. So Cogta also does the assessment of the audit committees. So if we're going to get that right, then I think that level of oversight will also enhance governance, and we must then do it professionally and in accordance with the standards themselves. So yeah, I'm encouraged, though, I must say, by the audit executives that are here. And the inputs that have been made. It tells me that you're actually holding your profession, holding up your profession, and that's good. That's really good. But I think how we work collectively to add value to local government is where we need to come together.
Okay, thank you very much, Joey. Colleagues, we appreciate the submission from KZN in terms of tangible aspects that would help us in our different environments. Because it is true that we operate in a different space. We are faced with different challenges and, of course, requiring different responsive approaches to those challenges. But before we come to you, Ms. Oliphant is also present with us. And yesterday we engaged largely on the importance of our support as a national government and provincial government in terms of Section 154. And in this context, we want to focus more on internal audit units to strengthen those units through capacitation and what have you. Now, Ms. Oliphant, in respect of the support approach in terms of Section 154, do you think as government we are providing the sufficient required support to municipalities in supporting their internal audit units?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, HODs. The colleagues, everyone. My apologies, I think because of the time, allow me, Chair, to say all protocol observed. I think firstly, let me appreciate the presentations that have been done by Ms. Abrams, Mr. Zukulu, as well as Mr. Skembile. And I think with the information that we have received today from the three colleagues, definitely all of us have takeaways on things that we are going to implement back in our municipalities. I think, Chair, a lot has been said today on the role of the internal audit, as well as issues of effectiveness on it, and the support that we need to provide. I think it is important for us to understand that the internal audit is designed to provide or to add value, and meaning that it means that it is going to improve the processes in order for the organization to achieve its objectives. And I think if we can look at it in that manner to say, internal auditors are here to add the values. And as a province, working jointly with Cogta, Mr. Tini, we are doing it together in support of our internal auditors. And I think the focus that we have used in the province to say we cannot just be generic and be all over in terms of supporting our internal auditors. It is aligned to the challenges that we are facing in the province. And I think what we have used the financial management capability maturity model, which was designed by a national treasury. It's called the FMCMM. Now, when we look at that model, we look at the module that deals with the internal audit. And as a province, we have not reached the level 3, the level of compliance, but we are sitting at the 2.65 in terms of the level, meaning that we are below, we are not complying according to the section 165 of the MFMA fully. Now, when we look at deep into the module to say what are the challenges are we facing in the province in terms of the internal audit, and two things that we highlighted in our report is to say we've got the internal audit, we can see the gaps, and we've got this capacity. But the capacity that we do have is not enough to deal with what we are facing down on the ground as the internal auditors. And we have also noticed that the internal audit unit are not fully resourced in terms of the budget as well as in terms of the capacity. Then we also looked at there was a study that was done, Chairperson, I think it was done by authors Morobetse and the others. And that study was done at National Treasury to say what are the challenges when it comes to the internal audit not to fully function. And 4 things came up, but I think for us the relevant one are our internal auditors, do they understand the business environment? And then secondly, are we providing them support as management? And then the third one, I think it was discussed a lot, is the issue of do we implement the recommendations that have been provided by the internal auditors? And then the last one, I think you have also touched on it. It is the issue of the quality assurance of the internal audit. And then we said, okay, right, as a province, let's prioritize. Which activities are we going to look at as a province? And we all know the critical issues that were raised yesterday by AG to say, in the province, we've got 24 billion, approximately 24 billion of the irregular expenditure. And then we said, Cogta is running the CAE forum, and then Treasury is the key stakeholders. Then we said, let's look at the issue of the UIFWE, because we all know that the national strategy wants us to make sure that we achieve 75% by 23-24 financial year. Then we said, let's have the workshop. Let's discuss with the internal auditors to say, how can you add value to municipalities to make sure that the strategy that has been developed is going to address the reduction of the UIFWE. So then you play that role of assurance to look at the strategy as well as to monitor the implementation of the strategy. And then the second issue that we look at the audit outcomes. In our province, we all know it was presented yesterday. Then we've got a joint strategy in the province to say, let's look at the audit outcomes. Let's, put them separately to say we focus on the disclaimed as well as the ones that have got an adverse, and then we've got the qualified, we've got the unqualified, as well as the clean. And then we said, let's have a strategy of saying Cogta, Salga, Treasury, we're having these monthly meetings and assist the municipality. Then the role of the internal audit, I think the municipality can attest to that, to say, if on those engagements, internal audit is not there, we make it a point that they are part of the meeting because we want to make sure that the reconciliation that they are presenting to us, those has also been validated by the internal audit. The audit action plan that has been developed by the municipality, it was also reviewed by the internal audit and they have provided inputs. So, and then we provide, the tools on the review of the AFS. But I can say the challenge that the internal auditors are facing in the province that we need to deal with is to providing information to our internal auditors. I think it was also discussed here. If we expect them to review the AFS, let's give them enough time to review the AFS. You cannot give them 2 days or you give them 3 days, but you've been doing this AFS for almost 3 months. You need to give them time to review those AFS. And also another thing, on the audit action plan, they need to see whether the action is addressing the root cause. And if you're not providing that, then it means now you are, hampering the whole system of making sure that they add value into province. And then the last part, Chair, I don't want to be long. The last critical one, it is the issue of the M-score. And it does affect the reporting of what is in our reports. And remember, the importance of the reports is to make sure decisions are being made. Now, the internal audit, they play a critical role. They are part of the audit value chain when it comes to the M-score because they need to see these policies that are implemented by the municipality. Are they aligned to the M-score? The second part, we all know municipalities, they want to change the system. Internal auditors need to be there to provide the due diligence on the process of changing the system. Their involvement, also, I think it was indicated on the procurement processes. And then the last part is the issue of reporting. If a CFO is reporting on a monthly basis, Section 71, and that report is tabled to the council, and that report did not reach the hands of the internal audit because the internal audit needs to validate the quality of the report so that decisions that are incorrect are not made by the municipality. I think, Chair, the priority are those ones for us. We know we've got a lot of challenges, but we said for this year, we are going to prioritize on those issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oliphant. Let's give our panel a round of applause. Now, let's come to you, colleagues, because we do not want to have a one-man show where we sit here, we get the views of the panel, and then we leave it at that. Now, let's allow you to engage with the panel. You are free to make a suggestion, your comment, your view is quite important. May I get hands from that side, number 1, then number 2, number 3, number 4, any hand this side, number 5, number 6. We've got 6 hands. Let's start with number 1. Let's try to be precise, straight to the point when we raise our questions. There is number 1, then GM, you are number 2.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. Koqala, I would like to appreciate the presentations this morning. I think we are more positive and moving towards the right direction. And yeah. Okay, for my first question, in fact, it's not to Cogta. I think I would like in Tobana Sifumane some kind of assistance, more especially on the units of valuation roles and town planning and other things, because that affects our revenue collection. In most cases, you find that we don't really get much assistance during the processes of creating or developing the general valuation roles, but you only get as a non-compliance letters to say you did not comply with this section and all of that. So I think that's one of the issues that we would like to get assistance on, because as CFOs, we inherit these valuation roles, but necessarily we don't have the skills to deal with the to deal with evaluation roles, because we are not by any chance educated in that space. Number two, I'm not sure if it affects everyone, but where I come from, at Tabangulu local municipality, we've got network issues, serious network issues. I'm not sure whether Cogta is able to deal with that, but you find that maybe in 3-4 days, you just don't have network. It's like you can't even make a simple phone call, let alone having to report on by the 10th working day of the month. So it affects our compliance issues, because when we can't communicate, we can't connect to any network, we can't work on the systems. Another one is on legal issues. You find that our learned friends, with one phone call, 5 minutes, they would want to charge you 30,000 rand. If there's a way, maybe Cogta can assist us, because some of the issues that we deal with that relate to supply chain, they need some kind of legal guidance to say, how do I get out of this one? So if you try to call maybe the panel of attorneys that you have employed as a municipality, you end up paying 30,000 for something that could have cost nothing if maybe we had structures in place to assist us in issues like this. I'm trying to be quick. I'm going to leave some other issues. At Treasury, we do submit financial statements. We try to make it a point that as soon as we submit to internal audit, we also submit to Treasury. But I feel we need to find a central point where we know who to talk to, because in some cases you would escalate a finding during the audit and it will never be answered until the audit report is signed. So I think without pointing fingers or anything, let's try to find a structured way to say, if you submit to this person, they are responsible for review of financial statements, they are responsible for review of your audit action plan, and you get feedback and you know who to talk to when you don't get feedback, because we need you as our big brothers. Because you find that even AG Mhlambi nabo on site, you'd find that some of the findings that they raise by as escalator to whoever is in AG. But Tina, when we try to escalate ours, we don't know exactly who to talk to. What else? Okay, there's an audit of financial systems ebekuthiwa iyenziwa by Treasury, but we have not gotten any feedback in terms of how far are you. I think it's been almost 2 years now, so we need to find out uba kwenzekani. UAG, it's a pity, ageko audit fees. You find that a small municipality, as small as Ntabangulu local municipality, une audit fees is around 4 million that we cannot afford, to be honest. But we pay those audit fees because not paying audit fees within 30 days is another non-compliance issue. But I would really like to understand about how do they come up with the formula for calculating audit fees? Does it depend on the size of the municipality? I understand in some cases we've got those findings that are extended to a point where mhlambe funeka baphinde ba-audit and stuff like that. But when they come for the following year, even if you don't have any material adjustments, you just find that a percentage has been applied to increase the audit fees based on what happened in the previous year, which I think there is a gap in that area. The CATS data. AG has the access to the CATS data, and it affects us. We don't have access to it. We don't know, but how do they, some of the results as a soga on the CATS data are not realistic. When you investigate, you find that this is not the case, but to AG Abe City, this is the case. So we don't know who to talk to in cases like this, because we need support. I think also, okay, the last one on AG is the outsourced services. You find, I'm not sure if there's an induction that happens before these people are sent to municipalities, because you find that in some cases, ingathi ba clueless. I understand what Mr. Zugulu said, we need to assist them when they raise findings, but in some cases you just find that you try to assist, but the person just doesn't understand, just doesn't have a clue, and it takes your time and their time as well. And kube ngathi ke ngoku there's a conflict that is not there. So I think we need assistance. We need to understand, UAG, when they outsource, because they also do outsource, they must also induct their teams before they are sent to municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Number 2.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have two related questions. The first one, I just hope each member of the panel may comment on this. We have all been talking since yesterday about the less use of consultants, or to do away with consultants as much as we can. But when you look at the Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 1653, it actually gives power or authority to municipalities to outsource the internal audit function if they so wish. What could members of the panel say about this? Because that section is very kind of directive. That internal audit may be outsourced. You may get a company to do your internal audit. And for me, in many instances, it's quite cost effective to do so than to have people sitting on a day-to-day basis doing internal audit. I'm not sure what the feel of the members of the panel will be on this matter. This one is directed to KZN, but is related to this one. Hasn't it happened that you find that the internal audit unit is deeply drawn into the political squabbles, such that in pursuance of their duties, they are used by this or that group of politicians to settle scores with others and therefore compromise the quality of their work?
Thank you, number 2. Let's go to number 3.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all. Allow me, Chair, to say I've been very much impressed with the presentations that were made here, and also they've been an eye-opener in terms of learning. By the way, my name is Siabulela Peter. I'm in Chris Hani District, an Assistant Director supporting municipalities under Chris Hani District. My take on the issues that are discussed in the panel, I'll just focus on the improving of the audit outcomes through strengthening our internal controls. Through our support that we do in municipalities, we have been supporting municipalities in terms of making sure that internal audit is seen as being independent and objective, in terms of making sure that the processes of the institution are being managed well by management. I've seen to some of the audit committee meetings where you will find out that internal audit has been overburdened in terms of taking care of or caretaking for risk management, which is, I find it very much odd, because internal audit is supposed to be seen as an independent structure under governance structures. So in terms of the capacity of that unit, you will find out that some of the municipalities, they are not conducting their QARs, which is quality assurance reviews. I've suggested to some of the municipalities that they need to conduct their quality assurance reviews in terms of internal and external, where we can be able to assist on the internal part. My counterpart, who Professional Treasurer, we did that also to assist municipalities to conduct those quality assurance reviews. In overall, I think having this gathering here, we need to make sure that as an advice, in fact, to internal audits of municipalities, we need to market our internal audit. We need to make sure that management do understand us and what we are standing for. We need to also, when we're marketing our internal audit, we need to also share best practices with the management to make sure that they do understand what is internal audit, and also they do understand what is internal audit can be able to assist the institution in order to achieve their objectives and goals. That is my advice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Number 4.
Good morning, everyone, and all protocol observed. I'd love to appreciate the presentation that was made and also the panel, the inputs that the panel is giving to us. I would like to touch base. The internal audit matter is quite a very thorny issue. One, I'll make an example with the municipality that I'm working at Walter Sisulu. It was very embarrassing that the same findings that I raised when I reviewed the Fs were the same that the AG raised, and AG told them in the meeting that I used the same findings that the internal audit used. So the issue is now for Cogta and Treasury, when they come, they need not to look only from the external audit action plan. They also need to ask the management to give the internal audit plan so that all these issues are addressed. The charity begins at home. You cannot address the external, that is managing the audit. You did not address the issues that the internal audit has raised. And the other issue, what we did at Jogabi district with the Treasury, like they are based in Alwa North, I made an arrangement that when we review the Fs, we all sit in one boardroom. But we haven't had that with Cogta when we review the AOPO. So I'd love Cogta if they could assist us with that one, because we really need some assistance. There is a disjuncture when it comes to the predetermined objectives. On the issue of the audit fees, we also have got a problem because I'm the one that was fighting with AG. Though when you look at the cycle rates, they are there. If you Google them, you get them. They always put them there. Then you look at the staff compliments that the AG has brought, then that's when you start making up and say, and then you advise the management. But then when there is a meeting and the management does not say anything, there's nothing that I can do because I don't have an authority. I'm not at that level. And then for the CATS data, I just want to assist. The information that the municipality gives AG, that's the information that AG would run the CATS data. If you give the wrong information, then the wrong information will come from AG because we gave the AG the information based on the suppliers, their addresses and all that stuff, and the people that are working from SEM, their IDs and all that stuff. So that's what gives, they get that information from the information that they gave it from us. So we need to also to look at the CATS data that we submit to Auditor General. And also, some of other things that leads to the rate of audit fees. Last year, I had that meeting of advising the accounting office of saying, we've got the RFIs that AG has issued. Let's use those RFIs to get the information. By the time AG comes, the RFIs are there. They want, it's 2 or 3 things that they will change from those RFIs. You know the RFIs, these are for planning, these were for the execution. You use that as your starting point. We did that, but they never submitted the information. They waited for the RFIs. The auditors want people that are forthcoming, people that you don't have to wait for a long time so that you can then argue your case of saying you can't wait for 3 days, whereas that is the information that is readily available. That also assists in cutting out the audit fees. And I thank you.
Thank you. Number 5, right at the back.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Sonwabile Lanzela from Ndlambe, Internal Audit Manager. My 2 cents of presentation, I want to go straight to the staff establishment, Cogta. I just want to have your take on this staff establishment in terms of a government gazette. I think it's number 45181. In terms of the placement of internal audit, you'll see there it's at corporate services. I just want to get a sense as to how we came about that and what are the intentions of the gazette, and as well as risk management. I haven't seen any featuring of risk management in the gazette, now that we're saying that we need to have risk management. Number 2, it's on, I think we tend to use these words loosely, the CAE and the internal audit manager. Where I'm coming from, I'm an internal audit manager, I'm not a CAE. So I think we need to tighten up the gaps in that, because we tend to use these interchangeably when it suits us. I mean, a CAE for me would be someone who sits with senior management, would fall on the group of your 5 directors, your sections 56 managers. So we need to be cognizant of that we are internal audit managers in our local municipalities, not CAEs. Number 3, it's on the revenue enhancement strategies and stuff. Maybe this one, it's an intergovernmental issue. We keep on building, there was a sprout of building forests of RDB houses that are not sustainable for the municipalities, because we have to give them indigencies, and that does not help. I can sense, even if you go to Mahlati, it could be one of the many reasons that they're having in terms of paying their employees. And then the last one, I think I'm fully behind the issue of centralization of internal audit. Be it Treasury, be it Cogta, that will coordinate that. I know it's not a nice to hear from our counterparts. I mean, from my colleagues, internal auditors. But at some point we need to move to that direction, because it's been 2 decades now saying internal auditors are not capacitated, Seemingly, there could be an expectation gap from management. They think that internal auditors, they can do anything. I mean, they can do everything, and we are the only ones who can change. We are just changers of the whole process of audit. The last part, saying, I think what the trend I've noticed there is that governance, there's been, I mean, the accounting officer, there's been there for 2001. Maybe Cogta, shouldn't we be looking at having a permanency in your CA, your managers, your Section 56 managers being a permanent, maybe can assist in our pursuit of clean governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The last hand, number 6. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the colleagues. Ukuze ndingabhudi mandivele ndithi ngqangane ndibazayo, ndinguNontsikelelo Senimuka Nolawo from Provincial Treasury. I think most of my inputs have been submitted to the panel, but I just want to align myself with KZN Treasury when they are indicating the challenges around getting the CAEs or our internal auditors in our rural municipalities, specifically the locals that are financially distressed. As a provincial treasury, or as this provincial governance within the province, we to come closer to the challenge, we had emphasized the issue of, or the work the district shared internal audit within our districts. However, as Ujowi has indicated, we've seen that is falling away meaning that our districts are no longer supporting now our local municipalities. But she had indicated that it might be due to the fact that our locals are not transparent. But I just want to check, I want us to check it in two ways, because there are still those local municipalities that are needy. They need that kind of assistance, but the districts is not coming closer to assisting those local municipalities. Maybe we need to dig deep as to what are the challenges. What is it that make those districts to abandon those local municipalities who are in need? Because it was indicated yesterday that we need to support those who are receptive to our support. But now, if there are those who are receptive or who are willing to be supported, but then are abandoned, what are the challenges? And now, as provincial governments, what is it that you can do to ensure that the district take its responsibility to support now those needy local municipalities? Then my last point, in most cases where we met with the internal auditors, would say, the municipal space is more of a political space, wherein now, in most cases, our CAEs or our internal audit unit is seen as if the independence is being it's not like as in when you are working for a department. You in some way, somehow, you are in a, you cannot express yourself as much as you could have if you had an opportunity or you were working for the department. So what I want to emphasize, or what I want us as the internal auditors, I want us to start fighting for our space. Because we took the responsibility, we signed the contract that says, well, this is what we will be doing, and we will ensure that there's quality, we will provide quality assurance for our municipalities. So let's try and fight for our space, and if it means going far as in escalating it to your seniors and also escalating it to your provincial governance, which is to your Cogta, to your treasury, then it might then do that, so that at least we can understand that it's not that there's no willing from the internal audit side, but there are these challenges. Because in most cases we would see that there are people, there are like capable and skillful CAEs, but somewhere, somehow, the output or the results are not showing that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, ma'am. The very last hand, so that we can quickly move to the colleagues in teams. We are running out of time.
Greetings to the program director, panelists, and the rest of the colleagues. Once again, I'm Ngabalotiti from KZN Cogta, Director SCM. I need to provide some response with regards to the question that was raised regarding the CATES data. I feel this is one of the important matters, as this particular finding from an SCM point of view carries an element of non-compliance. My understanding of this particular matter is that this is the test that is applied to check if the state organ are not trading with people who, or with directors. That's basically the essence of this particular test. And how we have dealt with it, or how we have sort of arrested this contestation about the accuracy of the CATS data and what have you with AG. We've introduced some controls. And the controls that we've introduced, there are 3 to deal with this particular finding. The first one was to verify the SPD. I think in a municipal environment would be MBD4. That's the first part of it. Second one was to check the CSD, particularly at the time or at the point of signing off the purchase order. That's the second test. The third one, it would be to generate a checklist which will form part of the final voucher or the final sign-off to say, I have verified these 2 critical elements. And if you've got that, I think you would have arrested any form of contestation. Whatever or however the data is, I don't think that should be a consideration. But if we've got these controls, I certainly can guarantee you that you will not generate, or there will not be any funding that will be raised against you with regards to this particular finding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. What we'll do, colleagues, let's quickly get the colleagues from teams to make their inputs, then allow the panel to respond. Then we're gonna take two hands strictly, the colleagues just in front. May I get the questions or comments from colleagues in teams? What we saw on the screen were comments coming through. So I think now let's just be fair and allow the panelists to respond to the questions raised as well as comments that have been made. Let me start with you, HOD.
Oh, thanks very much for the questions and comments. I realize that some of the issues are issues relating to support more than the content that we're dealing with. Let me start with colleagues of Cogta will as well deal with this thing of support. You know, this issue of valuations, that institution have been struggling to get a director. Valuations, we went out on 10, was this advert, we couldn't get anyone. We ended up headhunting. Now the director we got for headhunting now is making certain demands. For the past 5 or 6 years, there is no chief director for planning. It was advertised as well. We are still hunting. We couldn't get candidates for such. So this issue that you're feeling, we're feeling it as well, because we pick it up that we're picking up that the colleagues are very scarce in the field. Some will tell you that I can't come to government unless you'd allow me to do some work outside government, because government does not pay. Now we have to tamper with the requirements and take off this thing of saying that you must be registered with this. But somebody tells you, if I'm registered, this is what I'm earning, and you must really be able to pay me. So we take the challenge. I think that the colleagues will note that DDG Mlokoti from DLG would note that kind of a challenge. So those two requests that you're making, we still have a challenge on them. But we are not saying that where there's an opportunity really to assist, we should find our way. Yes, there are colleagues there planning and all that. It's a matter that they must carry on. And I would suggest that you follow through that with probably communicate with the department, so that we can see how to handle that situation. I think on issues relating to legal as well, as you are raising it, we've got a legal unit in the institution. Sometimes if colleagues do ask for assistance, colleagues try and do their level best. I think it's headed by Mr. Makung. I think we did work with Ndabankulu too much on the challenges that were there in terms of, so we still, as though we are very slim. I think the other issue, which is a big problem, is an issue that we were discussing yesterday, this thing of having an organizational structure where you are told that the organizational structure should be like this. And I think it's an argument that we're dealing with in the department as well. Because people will tell you that, no, this thing is not in the generic structure. And you'd realize that it is not responding to the needs that as Cogta is supposed to consider. That's why now we're saying the country now is having challenges of finances. We now trying to beef up more on our key roles, our core business other than support. Our key role is to make sure that local government does function. It's our constitutional obligation and traditional leadership. We're saying that support must be there as well. We can't pump too much on corporate services whilst the core business is suffering. So we're taking that kind of a turn. Well, I would just say, Mr. Marse, this question you're asking, you know you are a local government practitioner. That question has been argued, was argued seriously about why do you want to outsource internal audit? And this argument of looking at local government is I used to say it's a very difficult space. The argument earlier on was that Anybody who's coming from outside would not be manipulated by a mayor or a council. Anybody who's coming from outside would say, I'm here doing this and I'm going to be out. My salary does not depend on you. And issue out their independent view on the matter and leave. Why is it so expensive? But other institutions will do because most of us will be afraid of being killed. Now, we can say it here now. If the internal audit is saying, here are findings, I've done some audit here, management must implement this. And sometimes, if we're not serious, we just look at them and don't do them. And a person would feel that I'm junior, so I've done what I'm supposed to do. What else can I do? And it's not a reflection of the capacity of internal auditors. I know it from the department. We sit all the time. If there's a report of the internal audit, there should be an audit action plan. It's on a monthly basis, we deal with it. And I take that as my responsibility as an accounting officer to assist and see those going through. So if management does not care, it's not a reflection of the capacity of the internal auditors. I think that it's something that we really need to look at. I know of a case of someone who was doing some investigation. This audit ended up touching politicians. And that person couldn't stay long there because she was told that you need to leave. Change that report is not going to be tabled. You need to leave. So you are in a very difficult space where you have to make choices, especially if there's no cushion from the management side. So it's something that really we have to try it, but local government, I say every day, is not like other spheres of government. I know you have councillors that 100 councillors. I used to say when I went to the province, hey, it's better, there's MEC. If I've got a problem, we'll discuss the two of us. But sometimes you sit here as a city manager, you've got 100 councillors. This one is going to raise a hand and say, yeah, no, city manager. Maybe you are saying the right thing. You say, yeah, city manager, you are in the caucus of a DA. You are a DA, or you are in the caucus of an IFP, because this notion is a notion of an IFP. So it depends who you are. You get out there bruised from such meetings. So it's a very difficult space. We're trying our level best here in this difficult space. We know very well that we will not make miracles, because every day, I have been arguing this thing that says, for me, I don't even understand why there are full-time councillors. It's a controversial issue. You just tell me that in the morning your portfolio head will come in and do what? No, it's a fair question. I used to ask one portfolio head when I was working there and say, okay, you were here, council, since the morning. You will deal with your HOD saying, where is this? Where's the tender for this? Has this thing been done? And there's always a tension between a portfolio head and the director of that particular department. Very few directors would not have a tension. In most instances, we must manage tensions to say, a portfolio head does not see eye to eye with the director. In most instances, when local government did not have full-time people, it was operating very well. You had your space. People will be part-time, they will come for this and deal with this, and they are paid for those allowances, sitting allowances, off they go. But today, you will have to make sure that you deal with some of the things that are a problem. When we change from a tier of government, tier to a sphere, then tensions amongst the spheres begin. Because you can't just jump to a local government space without following 154, 139, go back to 154, you have not done this and all that. And it creates political tension. Local government is always have a fever. If there's going to be if there's going to be conferences, there's a fever. If there's going to be a conference, there's a fever. If there's going to be this and that, there's a fever. Everybody would want to go to that particular field, and it is not really seriously protected. So I'm saying that we understand the space we're operating. We have tested, some of us, the space we're operating on. We know it is difficult. But the biggest problem we're facing, our constitutional mandate does not say to us, stop there because there are problems. So, So I just want to talk about as well this thing of permanency of municipal managers and all that. You see, I think some municipalities did make directors permanent. I know some now have got a problem of dealing with that. They want to reverse that now. Because politicians are saying, we don't know these people. You know, I can't work with somebody that I find here. Someone say, okay, let's go back maybe and try and reverse. We're dealing with that. There's a case of that nature in our province where there's this thing of reversal. I'm not going to call which municipality, but there's a request to reverse the contracts that have been made permanent. Now, how much more making municipal managers as well permanent? In fact, my argument is, well, this thing of permanency, it can become a problem. You know, yabona kwa hulumende, napha kwa masipala, uthiwa uba ngu-city manager, abanye ba-permanent apha ezantsi, awuzawuhamba, no, this one's going to leave. We're going to make things difficult for him. We will just, you know, a year before ahambe, so we just allow him space, but he's going to stay up at him, and asifuna le position, because I call permanent. And the element of permanency creates sometimes laziness, because your performance, you are not worried that the contract is going to come to an end. There are no robust performance assessment on you. The performance assessment will always be hard on the city manager or municipal manager. And at the end of the day, the product of non-performance underneath does have a reflection on the accounting office. So this issue of making municipal managers permanent, we can learn good lessons there. Only from my side, it's saying what to say. It means that the system there has matured. That people are not looking and say, this one was appointed by this. They enhance what they find there, because politicians will go after a particular period and still the institution will be expected to provide services. So that's the difficult on it. Maybe other colleagues might have another view. In Australia, just to say, what I visited there, their local government was like, they've got professors on the field. That professor who's probably an engineer will just go and chair the portfolio committee of engineering, go to the municipality, he's a lecturer in a university, do that as a part-time, go to the university and lecture. Unless now they have changed the system. They used to, people who are qualified, they will sit there, deal with this matter, and off they go. And they were saying that then that system is working for them. They don't have these tensions. Okay.
Thank you, HOD. Joa, you can.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for the questions, and HOD also for your input. Just on the valuation role issue, HOD, we have two valuers appointed in Cogta KZN at level 12. And yeah, so I think there is a lack of skills in the profession. There's a shortage. The trouble is these valuers are making so much money out there doing your valuation roles that they're not willing to work within government. Right? And that's something that we need to strategically change. And we need to work with the profession to deal with that. The one amendment we made to the MPRA was to reduce the requirements from a registered valuer to a professional associate valuer as well. So we can start using those people now within our structures, but at least you then have the skills. We've done extensive support, so HOD will share with you. We've done bid specification support. We've done data standards, and those data standards were adopted by the SAC PVP. They were done by KZN. They were adopted by the SAC PVP for application to all professionals. I can guarantee you now, your valuers here are not even complying with those standards in terms of data quality, data format, and so on. So those are the things that we can assist with, and we'll certainly continue to share. On the network and connectivity issues, I think GCIS was running a program, so maybe we must just look into that. And then let's deal with it case by case as well. You've got to try and find some solution to that. On the legal issues, apart from the fact that, don't always think that you're going to go to an attorney and you're going to get a solution. Because an opinion is an opinion. And you might have different opinions depending on who you ask, and more importantly, what you ask. You might even get the opinion you want with there being another opinion that is correct. So, you know, those are something. But here is your network. If you have an audit query and there's something you need to test it amongst the colleagues. Call up the provincial Cogta. You can call me up. We can call Treasury up. Let's do that so that we don't have to spend money doing these things. We are each other's resources as well. And this must be the network that you use. You can have a panel of legal, experts and all of those good things, but try to limit the use unless you actually have to go to court. On the audit of financial systems, I think you'll respond to that. CATs we've dealt with. The outsourcing of the internal audit function, I think HOD has covered a very good perspective around why sometimes internal audit is strategically outsourced. And that depends on your time, place, circumstances, right? But internationally, the debate of whether internal audit should be in-house or outsourced was had many a time. And nobody from outside is going to know your institution well enough to be able to give you sufficient assurance of your controls and so on. So that's a serious principle. Secondly, if as far as internal is concerned, the cost when you outsource, you might say it's cheaper, but the problem is you're getting limited scope work. We've found in KZN that when it's outsourced, you have certain projects that they would do. So they would only do this in the plan. They would only audit SEM for a period of time. They will only audit certain other things you tell them to audit. And you've complied in terms of having an internal audit function. But their plan is not entirely risk-based. It doesn't cover the whole institution, right? So you're not necessarily getting value for money. And Section 165 doesn't implore you to outsource. It says you have the option. So you decide what works for you in those circumstances. I think marketing internal audit. Internal audit is a difficult one to say, let's market you. The internal auditors I've worked with as well are quiet people. They work with policies, procedures, systems, controls, papers. They don't like people, necessarily. Maybe not all of them, some of them. But generally, that's the character. They're not outspoken, outward people that will put themselves out there. They're happy to work behind the scenes, give you a report, and walk away. Okay, so it talks to you as individuals, as internal audit managers and internal audit staff to say, how do you present yourself now to the institution? You must be able to go and knock on the accounting officer's door. Somebody asked a question and said, well, you give the advice, it's not. You should brief the accounting officer on the audit fees before he goes into the meeting with the AG. That's the relationship you should have. The other thing is, if you are finding things and you shouldn't be running in the institution saying, no, I found this, I found that, whatever. Your line of reporting is to the audit committee. Do your report, send it to the audit committee. The audit committee has an obligation to report to council. So you now depoliticize to some degree the work that you do. So use the right structures to channel your work as far as that is concerned. I think it's sad when internal audit gives you comments on your AFS and you don't actually take them into account. Your value is undermined and limited. But those are the things then that you take to the accounting officer, because the accounting officer then must implement consequence management against the CFO and the finance team. And then you're going to start getting the changes made. I think from KZN you wanted to know about also just why the shared services failed. those were some of the reasons, but I think we need to relook at it. And I think, HOD, we need to see how through the DDM, where we start relooking at certain shared services. We did PIMS, the Planning Implementation Management Support System, 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. And that again was a shared service because we didn't have sufficient professional town and regional planners to sign off on our work. So again, through the DDM, we can start looking at shared internal audit, we can start looking at shared planning, and we can sharpen, as government, the work that we do in terms of service delivery. Yeah, I think those are generally the issues, not unless we've missed anything, you can let us know. Or maybe just on the revenue enhancement and the RDP housing story. You all know that your equitable share makes provision for within the formula for indigency, right? How many of you actually allocate that full amount to indigency? We don't. We use it for operational costs because we end up saying it's an unconditional grant. So it comes back to you, right? So you need to now rethink how we are dealing with indigents. What is the basket of relief we are providing? What is the cost of indigents, etc.? We have raised the issue, and we will raise it again at MINMEX and so on, that the equitable share formula was last revised in 2014. A lot has changed since then, and Treasury, we will ask Treasury to relook at the equitable share formula with us and our national DCOG colleagues. Thanks.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I think a lot of questions have been responded to. I will only touch on the two colleagues that have raised questions and comments. I think the first one from Tabankulu, with regards to the issue on the AFS submission, I think as we've got district in our province, the point of entry is in the district, so the AFS should be submitted to the district office. And then the second part is the issue with regards to the queries or any disagreement between the AG and the municipality. There is a process that is being followed. And I think what we have observed in the province is that there are municipalities that are not inviting us into their audit steering committee meetings. And AG will escalate matters to provincial treasury and Cogta on the issues of dispute, and we will come at the end, and by the time we come in as the province, it is too late to research on the item. So I think we really are appealing with municipalities to please invite us into your audit steering committee meetings. And if there's any issue that you are not agreeing with the AG, please liaise with the Treasury and Cogta. Because during the audit, we've got the weekly technical meetings with the AG where we discuss all the matters of the disagreement. And then on the issue of the M-score, yes, you are correct. The audit is still in progress. NT is finalizing it by the end of March. And the pilot sites that were audited on the system are the metros, both the metros, BCM and Nelson Mandela, as well as Muma. But we are now just waiting for the results, and it will be shared, and it's going to guide us in terms of moving forward on the M-score. And then the issues of the audit fees, it has been raised, and I think you saw emails from Treasury, from Cogta, with regards to municipalities that are not paying audit fees. I think, Mr. Dini, we must also manage this one appropriately, because we've got the steering committee that deals with the departments which are owing municipalities. I think we also need to have that steercom for the AG fees so that we can get those reconciliation and understand the rates that are being charged by AG. So we will take it back, that one. And I think, Nomonde, from your side, I have noted your comments. And I think also Mr. Dini here with regards to the issue of the review during the time of the AFS, both PT and Cogta. And we are noting the role that is being played by the internal audit, the importance of also us as Treasury to also look at the work of the internal audit, taking into account the work that we have done as well as the work that has been done by the AG. I think, Chair, from my side, those are the only ones. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's give our panel a round of applause. Due to time, colleagues, now we've got to end our discussion at this stage, but I would allow the head of department, if he has any closing remarks on this aspect, to do so before I allow them to take a seat.
No, thanks very much. I think, colleagues, it would be important for all of us to raise, as we're raising the challenges we're facing, and we find space, even if it's 6 months, even if it's not going to be something of a high profile, and come back and assess our work. But what is not right is for us to sit here and talk and talk. We meet again when there are problems and talk and talk. At least we should find a way to test whether some of the lessons learned have been tested on the ground and what are the practical challenges that colleagues are facing, so that we can provide then solutions going forward. Because if you go back and test, you might experience new problems. So it should be our responsibility to always test. I would allow colleagues to make sure that we do that, so that we are not seen as coming here. We also worried about coming at Redison Blue. It was a discussion in the midst of the government not having money. But we couldn't get a place in government that is going to accommodate COVID-19 pandemic regulations. That's where the biggest challenge is. And teams these days, you don't get that kind of interaction with people. We'd find space, let's do that. I'm not saying 6 months as a line, but it's important to give space, come back and say, what have we done with all the things that we're saying here, so that the session cannot be a talk shop, it cannot be as well be waste of resources of our public purse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Head of Department. You may be excused. I'm alone on stage. Now, colleagues, I think what we need to do now, because we are almost at 12 o'clock, now we need to accommodate our part 2 of our discussion, which talks to the panel discussion as well, which would touch on the issue of over-reliance on consultants, and we need to get a view in that aspect. So, because we do not want the charity to take a break now, rather we just continue with the colleagues, maybe for 30 minutes, then after that we just break altogether. Now, on that note, may I request Mr. Andile Gogi from Salga to join me here on the stage. May I request Mrs. Mosehana also to join me on stage. A rep from Institute of Internal Auditors, as well as okay. Then we have provincial CAE member, Mr. Nelani. Mr. Nelani. Then there's one colleague who's joining us virtually from the Institute of Internal Auditors. Mr. Dini, the colleague who's connected virtually, is he ready? Can he hear us? Is he connected? Colleagues, good afternoon once again. Now, the aim of this panel discussion it's largely to reflect on the over-reliance on consultants, not to suggest that the municipality are entirely relying on consultants on audit work, but it's just to get a view and develop a common ground on how we interpret the need and also the aspect of over-reliance. So that's why we are here, so that we can get a sense from the panel seated in front of us to guide us in terms of the thoughts that they have in that aspect. Welcome, gentlemen and lady. Yesterday, AG made a reflection on the aspect that you can safely say it suggested that there is an over-reliance on the use of consultants by municipalities for audit-related aspects. Now, we cannot just assume because there was a presentation made and we go home and say municipalities truly over-rely on consultants. We need to interrogate that with the views that I will get from you. Firstly, based on that abstract, Mrs. Mosehana, what are risks attached to the use of consultants at a municipal space, even outside the municipal space?
Okay, let me first greet our HOD and Honorable MEC in absentia and the DDG's management present, as well as all the esteemed guests that are with us in this esteemed occasion, rather an event, because Mr. Dean does want us to call this an occasion, it's an event. My name, as you've introduced me, is Mrs. Nomatamsanga Musehana. The risks associated with having consultants have been predominantly covered, by the previous speakers. The one being, the main one for me, being that of knowledge of the business. When you engage consultants, they don't know the business as much as we do from in-house. Now, the biggest risk we are faced there is to identify risks that are not adequately talking to the business. You're faced with the risk of coming here, getting the consultants, because they've been in another municipality, they assume that this LM is similar to that one. They begin to identify risks based on the other institution, taking for granted that you are the same, and then they identify. Now, the huge problem with that is it misdirects the whole process. It misdirects the audit plan, it misdirects the alignment between performance management and risk management. I just want colleagues also to note that the risk-based planning is just a small margin of the reason why the risks are being identified in the institution. The bigger margin is that of integrating performance management and risk management. So the big players are your IDP guys, the planning side of things, the monitoring side. They're the big guys in the whole process of risk identification and risk management. And the HOD for Treasury yesterday did cite that if you are unable to identify the key correct risks and finding out those root causes to mitigate those risks, then you miss it altogether. So that is those are the big risk areas that I'm thinking of when you engage consultants. Now, if you don't have resources altogether, you need to engage consultants. At least you must have a resource in-house, whether someone from Provincial Treasury or someone from Cogta, someone who's conversant, who'll be able, even when the consultants are there, can advise and say, you know what, we are now going to a different direction, and bring them on board. So that is the key one for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mosehana, for that reflection. Mr. Nelane, Mr. Nelane, your question in the same context.
Yes.
We're talking over reliance versus the need for consultants. What is your view on that? Are we saying there is over reliance versus the need in terms of the municipalities needing to have those consultants to perform that particular function? What is your view on that?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Mandibulise ku MEC engekho and the HOD. But firstly, I think it's critical to qualify the statement first. You know, the issue of outsourcing is a global practice. Let us start from there. South Africa is not an exception with that. In my own diagnosis, you know, when you talk about a reliance to service providers, you need to come up with some sort of a scientific process. To me, there is no scientific process to actually respond on that. In my own analysis, you outsource based on the need. You outsource based on the need to say, I have this mandate as an organization. I've got these resources in the form of your organogram, but I won't be able to fulfill it. Therefore, somewhere, somehow, I must go a co-sourcing approach. Then the co-sourced service provider is an obvious matter. Is work with the HOD. The day-to-day management of that particular service provider is subjected to the relevant HOD. So there is no accountability for that, but HOD will account. Personal program director, I fully support the issue of co-sourcing in South Africa, given the dynamics in terms of the resources that are being allocated in our own space. To me, in fact, it's a challenging matter. Age is not here. Age does apply this principle. Does apply this principle. If you look, the AG has got a statutory audit. There is also the ICT component of it. The ICT component is outsourced. Who queried AG to say there is an over-reliance in that aspect? Hence, I'm saying, program director, maybe we are not want to be academic on this exercise, but a scientific process is key to back up the argument. And the argument should not be loyal to a particular assurance service provider. Internal audit, external audit, all of them are assurance providers, controlled by the appropriate terms of reference. There is no senior, there's no junior in that context. All of us were equal. So I fail to understand to say there's an over-reliance. I fully support in my own organization, Chair. That practice must continue because given the dynamics and allocation of resources, push the organization to adopt that particular behavior so that we fulfill the object as expressed in Chapter 7 of the Constitution. 152 in particular. To me, that is my submission, Chair, in that.
Okay, very, very interesting view there. And now come to Salga. Mr. Kogi, from your perspective, there are views that suggest that we do make use of consultants, particularly based on a particular reason and a need. At the same time, there is a view that says there are also risks attached to the use of consultants, but it does not entirely mean we cannot make use of the consultants. Now, in your view, would you say, is there any possible value for money in that respect so that we're able to get a clear flow on the need for consultancy services.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. The HOD, the MEC, Honorable in absentia, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Yes, indeed, Program Director, my colleagues has already said enough regarding the issue of usage of consultants. SALGA also is got a challenge when it comes to the overusage of consultants. Yes, if there's a need for the usage of consultant, we support that idea. We fully support the issue of cost-sourcing, as my colleague has said. Every municipality in the province or in the country has a responsibility to make sure that there is a capacity building, or their officials or departments are well capacitated. So if there is a resource within that particular department, we really see no need for a usage of consultants. So there must be no skill that is available within that particular municipality, and then a consultant can be sourced. We fully understand that there are risks associated, because really this thing has been coming up for the past 5 years on the audit reports, that the municipalities are over-rely on the usage of consultants. As a result, even the consultancy fees are more or less the same amount that is used on the personal expenditure. So it is becoming a challenge. We encourage the municipalities to make sure that there's a consultant management policy, and then to make sure that the risk associated with the appointment of consultant is well managed. Yes, indeed, there must be a value for money when you need. And then at the end of the day, when you do your personal assessment, you must see that it was the money that we spent to acquire this service, it was well spent, and then you can be able to account as the leadership of that particular municipality for the value for money that has been acquired. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koki. Mr. Tin, we have a colleague virtually. Mr. Julius, are you there? I have a question for him. Mr. Julius, are you there?
I am on. I'm not sure if anyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Julius. I have a question for you.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes. Mr. Julius, I'm sure you've been listening to the different views and submissions by the panel. And now, in the context of our subject matter, do you think the use of consultancy by municipalities suggests a possible competency deficiency within the space of internal auditors? You got the question there?
Yes, no, I've got it, thank you.
Yeah, you may proceed.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the discussion that question is better answered by the previous panel on the strategic direction that the organization wants to take in capacitating certain role. And I think the environment determines a lot, whether you go with outsourcing, co-sourcing. There is no right or wrong answer. It's an environmental issue. If we look at one of the things that was raised around the safety of internal auditors in certain environments and the familiarity threat that presents itself when they are based in the organization, it can be a strategic decision by the organization that that will be taken by the organization. So we'll have to appreciate what the organization decides from a strategic point of view. The question of outsourcing is a strategic discussion that must be had about whether can we do without outsourcing, or do we even want to do without outsourcing? Because if you look at things like temporary high-skilled people, if we need somebody highly skilled for a short period of time, why keep them on the payroll for permanent basis with pension and everything if we can bring them in? It looks very expensive in the short term, but if you calculate the net present value of you keeping them on the payroll forever, you definitely save. The other one is where you just have temporary capacity constraints. You are able to tap into these consultants. So there is definitely a case for using them. I don't think it's even prudent to consider trying to say we are moving to a no consultant zone or a full consulting zone. It's a need basis, and we must use them as and when the need arises. The discussion we should have is rather, is the environment ready to use consultants? If you bring in consultants in an environment where there is no champion, I think one of our speakers talked about it to say, is there an internal resource to manage this consultant? If the consultant comes in and only they understand their work, we're not going to get the best out of the consultant. They will accept whatever they give us. Are we going to monitor their progress? Who's going to know if they're doing something wrong? Are they going to do training for?
We lost you, Mr. Julius.
Would deliver on the KPIs that are not adequate. So those are the critical that I think we should look at. And the quality of the consultant. The last thing I'll say on this one is, do we have the right consultants in the first place? Sometimes if we are looking for internal auditors, let's look for qualified internal auditors. Not individuals that call themselves internal auditors and they come there and they don't do the work properly. They are conflicted in many instances, and their intentions is to get paid, not to help the organization. So the quality of the consultants themselves, how they got the work, is also something we need to focus on when we decide when we evaluate what we're getting out of consultants. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julius. Now, colleagues, let's come to you, because here there's a thin line between the use of consultancies, or we say the consultants are there to replace our internal auditors. Or are we suggesting that internal auditors do not have the competencies that we require? So we need to balance that flow as this collective in terms of bring up the views that we have. So let me start from this side. If there is any hand, any view, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, DDG, number, okay, there are 6 hands. Number 1, you may proceed.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. Mine is quite simple. I've been following this conversation, both the previous panel and the current panel. And being an outsider, I'm not in local government, but we work closely with both local government and the other spheres of government. I guess my question is, or what we found is that to derive value starts not with the appointment, but really with, and I'm not going to touch on the question whether you should outsource or use internal, but I listened to the lady from KZN, and she made a statement. She said that the internal audit committee can play a role in terms of the coordination of the audit process. And you know, when we engage with municipalities, when there's audit, during audit time, the CFO and their teams are so busy with this audit. And listening to her, I was thinking, wow, what a great value add, you know, because it will relieve the pressure of the CFO and the finance teams during that time of audit. And then the question came to mind, is that part of the scope if it's outsourced? Do we clearly define what the municipality views as value of such a team if they now outsource? Do we clearly scope it that it will create the advantage that you're looking for as municipalities? And I guess the question was also, or someone made the statement, who then monitors the work of the internal? But I do think it allows the municipality to identify first and foremost what the gap is. How do we structure the TOR? How do we evaluate bringing in the best possible value for you, not just advertise for the sake of compliance, having an internal audit, but really using the opportunity to have an internal audit committee to your own advantage. So listening from the outside, and I could be wrong, but you get the sense that if it is an issue of compliance, there could be resistance. But if we turn it around and say, here's an opportunity to bring in value, how do we scope that? Thanks.
Two, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all colleagues. Mine is just to highlight on what the panel has indicated in terms of the usefulness of utilizing the panels. Sorry, of utilizing the consultants. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Kosnati Ngwenya. I'm from Provincial Treasury. Well, I think Program Director and your panel, there are thin lines that we have to look at when we are looking at this issue of utilization of the consultant. I think the reason why it has been an issue that everyone is talking about is when we are looking at the value for money that has been received on utilization of these consultants. We cannot run away from the fact that when there is an issue of capability, on an issue of capacity, I think it was also highlighted yesterday when we were discussing this issue. We cannot run away from the fact that when we have utilized, or we have to utilize these consultants, they need to add value first. That is most important. They need to add value to the work. They need to add value to the organization. In other words, we also need to look at the issue of transferring the skill. If the problem that we have internally is that we do have the resources, but they are not capable enough. I think there was a speaker here yesterday, I think it was the first comment from the floor. He indicated a very important issue to say that when we are comparing inside the organization and we are comparing with outside the organization, we are comparing the same bread. There's a difference when one is looking at that. There's a difference in terms of the capability, or there's a difference in terms of know-how of the work that we have to do. As a result, we put much confidence into work that comes from outside than from work that comes from inside. So I think when we are utilizing the panels, also the consultants, we have to make sure that if we do not have this particular skill, or we do not have this particular expertise within this, then we make sure that in terms of the scope of work, we make sure that transferring of that particular skill is included there and it is monitored so that that particular skill is transferred. Because it is unjustifiable when one is looking at the cost of this particular consultant and the work that they were supposed to do. And there is someone who's also in his job description, there is this particular work that he should have done. But now he have to go outside and to pay. Now, from the ordinary person outside, it looks like the people that we have within our organizations, they are just there. They are not doing their work. They rely on this consultant. So we have to look very carefully when we are looking at this. The other issue that I think is also very important is the issue then of the value at which we appoint this particular consultant. I know it is a matter of another day, because it may be a matter of another day because it is also a supply chain management issue, or it's a procurement issue when you are coming to that particular one. Because in some of these, it is not unjustifiable to have, when you are looking at the work that has been done and you check if there is a value for money on this, you don't find it. But without wasting much of your time, Program Director, but I think we have the basis whereby we cannot be abused by this, by the consultant or by people that are coming from outside, where we have to safeguard the public money. Even here yesterday, I think we all have seen when we're outside of the venue, we saw in our televisions when we were looking there, the point that was made there by the media that we so love, the major focus, it was an issue of emphasizing on the irregular expenditure that has been incurred. It was not even described properly. Because when we are saying we have irregular expenditure incurred of 40 billion in the previous financial year, that is not correct. Because that is a recurring balance of irregular expenditure that has been incurred. So the public, whenever they see these things, they have their own belief or they get what they are being told. So even on this issue of the consultant, when one is looking at our financial statement and then he goes and see how much we have spent on consultant, one will not understand, will only see the value that is there and then say, if there is internal audit there, if there is a CFO there, why pay this much amount, which is even more than what they would have been paid if they have been employed within the municipality. So I think we have to look at the issue of transferring the skill and making sure that we get value from this consultant. I think also the guidelines that we have, we have the percentages that we cannot go above when we are appointing this particular consultant. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Number 3, please.
Good day, Program Director, HOD. Let me just say, protocol observed. Yeah, look, when we're talking about consultants and competency of internal audit staff, it's a long debate. I would probably talk the whole day if I were. But I'll take just a few things. I think I want to align myself, firstly, in my comment to a certain extent with Mr. Nelani, the colleague from the forum. In starting here, before I get to what Julius will also talk about when it comes to technical competency of internal auditors. There is no jack of all trades in any field, apart from just talking about internal audit. I'm saying this, program director, looking at this. Mr. Lelani here was talking about the AG using consultants themselves. You talk about chartered accountants who would be CFOs themselves, but they are not actuaries. When it comes to, they have to look at employee benefits, they will go get actuaries. When it comes to provisions for landfill sites, they will go get engineers. Now, what then happens with management sometimes and people from outside, they forget that when you appoint even a technically competent internal auditor, being a CIA or an RJA or even a CA, at some point in time, that person is not a certified fraud examiner. When there's forensic issues in the municipality, they would want to look at outside. When there's engineering matters, they would want to look at outside. Same as the accounting firms, the consultants that you will bring in, when they are dealing with technical projects, they will also go and outsource somewhere. So this issue of us not outsourcing is just not there. But what I then advocate for now is the panels in terms of cost sourcing. I don't want a permanent structure of cost sourcing. But when there is a need that you need a certain skill at that particular time, then you can tap into it for that project, but make sure that you manage that project because you understand the overall objective. Now, the last part that we will be talking about is the technical competency. The IIA Global as well as South Africa has a career path that internal auditors must take. People should make sure that they go to. I'm mentioning this here because I'm approaching that topic that we were discussing yesterday with Mr. Mbang. The difference between people who were trained by accounting firms and auditor generals and people who are trained inside. I am a CE myself, and then I would say that the difference exists because we are failing the people who are entrusted to us as interns. Because if I can stand here and say I started in accounting firms, but I do not invest in these kids that are entrusted to me, because I then say I don't get funds from management, but the treasurer will be here and saying, but we are giving you FMG grant, G. And then you see, no, CFOs use this money to pay consultants to do EFs. But you have an audit committee that's failing. That's supposed to report to council. You then, they have these stakeholders that can also come and advocate for these things. Because the IIA has structured programs, you then can build also partnerships to say, I know in that certain municipality, they've got better auditors when it comes to technical competencies. Let me take my interns and second them there for a week on a program that's gonna be on the job training over and above the technical competency way that's there. But the last point is that even if you do that, even if they would get to this level of technical competence and they would be qualified, they would be CIAs and stuff, you will still need expertise from outside. I'm saying this, and as Noba also Konapa, who is Nomande, okay, my former colleague. She's from the Auditor General. There's a lot of them who exited that, went and be CAEs. But they would come to me and approach me and say, hey, management, because I nika is skills. Ndifunum from outside for certain audits. Why? Because even when they were at the AG, they were not doing everything. There were certain things that they had to take from outside to deal, to assist with the audit. So just in conclusion, Chair, we do need cost sourcing, but on a need basis and managed practically. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4.
Thank you, Program Director. I think much has been covered by the previous speakers of some of the things that I wanted to raise. But I think, Chair, Program Director, what is key here probably is the question as to how these consultants are appointed. The process, what is the aim, the objective behind that? Remember yesterday, CFO from Watersulu said, whilst we're busy building strong internal controls, criminals on the other hand are busy building theirs. I'll make a simple example. When you appoint, definitely all consultants, they've got rates, right? Hourly rates. Now, but it becomes different in municipal space. At times, consultants are appointed based on predetermined outcomes. Let's take, for example, vet returns. You appoint a consultant to say, I'll give you 10% of what I've collected. That consultant spends, let's assume that the rate is 2,000 rand. He spends 8 hours a day. That's about 16,000 rand, right? For 8 hours. Let's assume he spends 31 days. That's close to 500,000 rand. He collects 30 million. You give him 3 million. You get my point? Now, you have overpaid that particular individual. Why now do you have to change when it comes to certain contracts you pay them on predetermined outcomes rather than using the normal rate that you do at Caracross? Now you'll find that now there is a motive behind. I know this for I have experience on it. One municipality didn't have a CFO and Cogta deployed me to a CFO support that municipality. I stayed there for 3 months. The first thing I did when I had a meeting with my finance department, I asked, why then are you telling me that all of you cannot do this vet returns? The MD said, yeah, we can do this, we know how to do it. I had a meeting with the mayor. I said, Mayor, part of the things to try and make sure that we do financial recovery is to get rid of these consultants. It was a big fight. In fact, she wanted me to leave that municipality with immediate effect. Fine, I finished my 3 months there, and they appointed the CFO, I left. But that municipality is still disclaimed today. That municipality is still having a financial constraints even today. So you'll find that now the objective of appointing these consultants at times is not the objective that we really want Tina to assist us in providing the service, but it is, and she's correct. You'll find that the appointment of consultants. So I think a key problem as provincial government. Even now, HOD has been saying to me, "Iskopa sabelo semva kwam sifuna uqonda ba ngaba masipala basebenza vet returns. Which consultants basebenza on vet returns and how much is the value?" In one municipality, they paid 40 million rand to consultants. And when we went to their balance sheet to check, okay, fine. If you're saying you paid 40 million rand, that is 10% of 400 million. Show me your balance sheet. It was not there. So I think the major problem here is how do you appoint and for what purpose? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, number 4. Then number 5.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, everyone. Ngalambuliso ke busuwenziwe naman bulisi. Chair, I've been covered, man, by the previous speaker, in particular, Mr. Pika, in what I raised yesterday. And I want to agree as well to say, kula issue when they raise here competencies of internal auditors within our municipalities. The point of skills development, I do understand it rests with municipalities, employees have to be trained, but I was sort of raising it in a broader scale in that we get called here to do a diagnosis of the province's performance in terms of audit outcomes. And that is part of Cogta's role in supporting municipalities. Now, I'll make an example. One of the things we get is the questionnaires that will ask us, does internal audit exist? Is internal audit capacitated? Do you have an audit committee? Do you have sufficient staff? Now, the point I was raising, I was trying to say to Cogta that go deeper. Instead of asking only, do you have internal audit? Rather ask us, what are the skills that you as internal auditing Ngobo need? Then the department makes an assessment to say, generally, these are the competency gaps within internal audit. And then how do we then try and have an effort to provide that sort of support to capacitate units without necessarily saying, as autonomous as we are as municipalities, saying, "Asna role mhlambe yokuba train abantu." We do have a role, and I think as leaders we need to do that. And I think coupled with that, one of the speakers said, our resources are in fact amongst us, that we need to tap into each and every one of us to tap, as resources to help one another. There was one thing we tried at the CAE forum, and maybe I still have to follow up where it ended, where we said, we all audit HR, we all audit SCM, we all audit assets, and so there will be generic sort of support that can be done. For example, where we share audit programs, risk registers, information that will help. AG, as they are auditing now, whether it's East London or Bloemfontein, they've got their technical unit that helps them maybe nationally, where they tap into those resources. So I meant into Njalo, that kind of high-level support. I'm disturbed ke ngale question ibike yavela apha, and I think it needs an answer about land bebuzwa ngusonwabile of internal audit being housed at corporations. So we need to understand what is the thought behind that. What is the thought behind that? Okugqibela ke che mhlambu ngabe ke mhlamba ayikho kule panel, but no treasury will assist. There is a communique that recently came from Treasury that all municipalities should stop advertising pending a certain case with the Constitutional Court, and for all adverts from 16. Now, it's very vague. It says, don't advertise all tenders. Now, I'm guessing I guess a bit different in terms of trying to say what is a tender. Because there are formal tenders in municipalities above 200,000, then there will be 7-day, quotations. Do those also fall within that stop, or what's the guideline from Treasury? Mhlambi ke ngoku sinidi catering ke ngoku for a meeting. Mhlambi is it a tender, not a tender? Mhlambi it's a three-code process. Cela nisincedise because ngosixakekile siyazi ba, and ke ngoku service delivery funeka ebantwini. Enkosi Chairperson.
Thank you. Our last hand, number 6.
Thank you very much. I'm always the last, or almost last. I think I've been covered by the previous speakers on quite a few issues. But I just wanted to bring this, that, okay, there are key things that have been said here, which is over-reliance on consultants, and then consultants by the need, and then core sourcing. And I think we need to get to a space where we don't over-sensationalize this, so that we understand whether the municipality is really core sourcing or being over-reliant on consultants. Sometimes when the reporting is done, it's not clear as to was this core sourcing or was just the municipality, over-relying on consultants. It is always important to be involved as a senior manager, as the managers within the institution. I always make this example that even if you've got consultants, but no information must be communicated to any stakeholder if it's not communicated by that HOD. So it cannot be that the consultants are taking over. Secondly, I wanted to bring to say that in as much as we are debating this, there are those regulations, the cost containment regulations. Chapter 5 is talking about the use of consultants. So meaning even Treasury is aware of this, and they know that we will need consultants one way or the other. But the regulations are also prescribing the manner in which you should be procuring consultants. It gives you a clear indication, the need, the cost, how do you measure, and it goes back to what Mr. Sabelo was saying, that in terms of the cost of a consultant, how do you then evaluate your consultants and how they should be appointed? But I also want to ask just one thing. Sometimes consultants are brought to the institution based on the fact that you are unable to get the staff that you need. And that comes from that best practice by National Treasury. Your staff complement should not be more than 35% to 40%. So the moment you are at 40%, council immediately says no more. But when you look at the value vis-a-vis what you are paying the consultants, if you had appointed staff, then you would not have appointed a consultant. I don't know how that can be arrested. For instance, I'll make a simple example. We have said that, before budget and reporting was nicely, in one unit, but budgeting already is a full-time job with all the M-scores and whatnot, and you still need your reporting, which will deal with your annual financial statements. So we've been proposing that let's have annual financial statement units, let's have internal control units. Good to no ways. You're not going to get that because we will be more than 40%. But you look at the amount that you pay vis-a-vis if you had the 3 people in the unit. I think maybe you can also assist on that. No, let me sit down because I have been covered by the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your inputs. Now we will be moving towards landing with these important questions. Mr. Julius is there. Colleagues, you are here as well. It appears that we have a common view that says the use of consultants is within the legislative framework. There's nothing wrong with that, but it must be based on the need and also avoid a possible element of over-reliance, because if you are driving GM, the maximum speed is 120 kilometers per hour. It does not necessarily mean drive at 120. So you can still drive at 60, 80, up to 100. So it's just a guide that says you can make use of, but based on a need, and of course there has to be a value for money. Now I'll allow my panelists to have their closing remarks without following a particular order. There are these questions that I've crafted here. Your responses as you close, please touch base on them. Because the presentation made by AG yesterday reflected cost associated with the use of consultants. And now, can we safely say the amount spent on consultants can amount to an improved audit? The consultants, do they contribute towards the improvement of audit, or it's just a consultant service only? Then equally, in terms of the possible risk-based mechanism that would allow the flow within which consultants are used, what would be the submission in that aspect? Now, looking at the entire municipal audit outcomes, can we safely say the use of consultants has made any significant improvement, or we are stagnant as the municipalities? Now, Mr. Julius, let me start with you. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, but please, you may proceed.
No, thank you very much. I don't want to touch on many issues, but I think the issue of value is very important. I think that's the one just at my there is a scope in which every consultant works with. And they must live up into the requirements of what they've been asked. So if we are not able to, on a regular basis, manage what the consultant is delivering, so their value can't be linked to organizational goals directly, because they contribute a small portion to the bigger efforts of the organization to achieve a certain. The organization is to ensure that the consultant deliver what is expected of them in that contribution. Now, do we really have proper KPIs for this consultant so that we can track them and make sure that they've delivered according to them? Whether that ends up moving what we want to move as an organization is not necessarily the answer we are seeking for from the consultant, but we want to make sure that the consultant has delivered what is expected of them. Yeah. I think I can touch on any other ones that you want just in the interest of time, so that my other panelists as well have an opportunity to answer other parts of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julius. Over to you, Mrs. Mosehana.
Thank you, Program Director. I think the colleagues here have touched on a number of control measures that you can have in place to mitigate the big risk that I thought is there in the use of consultants. That of having a consultant that is not even conversant of the space that we're operating in terms of understanding this particular institution rather than copying and paste from other municipalities. That was my big thing. Now, I don't want us also to talk about consultants in isolation or outside planning, you know, the long-term planning, where you know that I need consultants for this particular period and for these particular technical skills that we need in that area, specific area. And Julius here touched on KPIs, which I wrote down like deliverables. What are specific deliverables? And do we monitor and evaluate that they produce those deliverables? Because to have consultants in place and not monitor if they're doing exactly or precisely what you want them to do, I think that's why it has worked in the private sector. It has worked because they are tightly monitored and there are systems in place to make sure that they deliver precisely. That's why they've kept them for a long time. If it wasn't the case, they wouldn't have. It would have been a buzzword even in that space. It's not a buzzword there because there are strong control systems to ensure that we are getting value for money. I think that's the issue here. Otherwise, we cannot run away with the use of consultants, you know, I would agree. But if we closely manage these risks that we are talking about, because I think as we are coming up with the controls or as we are discussing controls, we are at the same time addressing particular risks that we're faced with by having consultants in-house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mosehana. Mr. Nelane.
Kosi Patrick Kubo. Probably let me start to speaker number 7 on the issue of allocation of the concepts, whether cost source or outsource. CFO from Winnie articulated the issue of ongoing engagement. Probably on this one, we need to have a very strong adjudicative process in the context of audit process. To say, AG, what do you mean? Given that this issue of a consultant is a legal matter, are you contesting this in the context of a best practice? Or are you contesting this in the context of law? Because we are believing this, we have done what is permitted. I think that one is some sort of a recommendation to say in moving forward. On the issue of IA in-house, I think I will outsource an answer to that to the relevant department. Because on the course of corporate services, relevant person will respond on that. The issue of competence, I think on this one, colleagues, let us accept, criticize the level of competence of us I'm IA Program Director. We really need to come up with a very comprehensive competence framework to say, if you talk about a CAE, is well defined in terms of the schedule, but level below that is not. And if you talk a level below that, is our own machinery that drive the process on a daily basis. But it's not well defined in terms of the skills level. And that it becomes a risk. If you look what is happening currently, there's an emerging risk of taking assurance reports and subjected to a judicial review. It's an emerging risk, but I don't see strategies to mitigate that. Then it becomes talk to your composition of internal audit. What type of skill do we have from the legal context? The standards that are using, are we in a position to interpret correct? So they are pending work to certain issues. I agree on that. Provincial treasury, some sort of recommendation to say how to derive value, you see. I've tried to touch it in my previous comment to say, municipalities got systems. We don't outsource department. We outsource a particular function. Therefore, department is presided by the relevant HOD. And HOD is managing that assignment through a contract management system. And that contract register is being subjected to an oversight in the form of Section 52D and the Audit Committee itself to say this service provider is performed or not in this particular quarter. Is rated. I want to make my submission. This is an international practice. And South Africa is part of a global context. And if a doctor is after a patient and the patient dies, does not mean that doctor is useless. We need to get that in a context. When the doctor is after a patient, when the patient dies, does not mean that doctor is useless. When the AGs come and do the audit and award as a disclaimer, and comes next day and award another disclaimer, does not mean age is useless. So we need to put this in a very scientific process on this. We need a science on this, so that we don't really respond in an unregulated way, you see. We need to come up with a scientific process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nelani. Mr. Kogi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, indeed, my colleagues have said a lot. Yes, there is a need. Actually, when a municipality is sourcing consultants, definitely there's specification that is involved, and definitely there's a scope of work that is involved, and then that scope of work is well defined. And then the sourcing of consultant is based on the need, not just to comply. And then within the scope of work or within the contract or service level agreement, there must be an issue of evaluation or assessment or consequence management in case of a failure of deliverance on the required information. So there's that detailed process, so there's a need. Chair, we welcome the comments that are coming from Treasury, and those comments are well noted. And really, indeed, there must be value for money in everything that we do as on the with the public funds. And really, indeed, we fully support that there must be a skills transfer. The issue of skills transfer has been in the sector for quite some time, but in terms of practicality, that is happening on the ground is another discussion for another day. There is a need, Chair, for the public awareness on the audit language. There's that need. There's that need. That I don't know who's going to be responsible for that. Maybe the individual municipalities, or maybe the councillors that are doing in these public platforms, engaging with the community. But somehow, there must be a need to engage the public on the audit language. So the issue of the audit language that is not used correctly is a challenge. Yes, indeed, when the speaker is correct when he's saying if the irregular expenditure, even if it is coming from 5 years, so the public will regard it as something that is happening in this year because it's reported in this year. So really, there's a need for that public awareness to the public. Mr. Speaker, your comments are very, very much noted. Really, we are correct when you are saying the cost sourcing must be very, very well managed. Otherwise, we'll have a challenge. The issue that has been raised by Mr. Dini is the issue that is leading us to have a bad name especially to the Auditor General, because there are things that we are outsourcing, even if we have a capacity and the skill to do them. So that is resulting for municipalities not to be, especially on the issues that are really minded of municipalities. So municipalities, when they outsource these things or cost-sourcing or consulting, so there's really a need. There's no need of outsourcing the things that you have a resource for. So the issue of a predetermined objective, that one needs to be well managed, either administratively or politically. Really, indeed, sometimes when we go to these things, there's an intended purpose that we need to achieve, and someone can die in the process of it. So that one needs to be very well managed, because somehow there are beneficiaries in the process, even if the municipality has to spend it doesn't make any sense for a municipality to pay plus minus 10 million rand to a consultant while there are sources, or maybe that money is going to be better used on the service delivery challenges that are faced by that municipality. So really indeed, there is a work to be done there, both for the political leadership and then for the administrative leadership. Chair, when I am lending, really there's a need that for the consultants to be very well managed. Otherwise, it will be a chaos if we cannot manage the sourcing of consultants. And then really, I can over-repeat this, there must be a value for money in whatever, even if we are co-sourcing or outsourcing that project. At the end of the day, really there must be, see that we desire the value and the outcomes that we planned for, we are well achieved. The co-sourcing is very much encouraged, and then there must also be timelines that when we are phasing out the co-sourcing part, to make sure that the internal staff now are taking a lead on the issue that was outsourced or cost-sourced. At the end of the day, we're building capacity within the municipality to make sure that the municipality is well capacitated. Most of the monies that were paid in respect of consultants, we have not seen any municipality that have achieved a clean audit on the basis that they appointed or outsourced the consultants. So we cannot rely or relate the issue of consultants and then the audit outcome of the municipality. So yes, indeed, Chair, maybe another platform or another day, the issue of the predetermined objective will need to be discussed in a thorough manner. Maybe SALGA as an association of municipalities must be able to engage with their members to make sure that all these things that are not supposed to be done are well talking about, and then there must be that openness within the structures or the leadership of the association to make sure that all those things are well avoided in time. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koki. Let's give our panel a round of applause. You may be excused back to your seats. HOD, it is pleasing to note that we we have great minds in the province because these discussions are quite important. We share a lot of information, the insights that we get from the colleagues. I'm quite excited, and I'm happy that the CFOs are here. I'm tempted, HOD, to say they must extend this program to tomorrow because the signatures are all here. So we can easily extend to tomorrow. Our booking be extended. We check out on Sunday. On a lighter note, colleagues, thank you so much for your engagement. And it's evident that we cannot exhaust all the matters 1 day or 2 days. As the HOD was indicating that we still need to meet again and engage and make reflections so that we don't only come when there is a problem or we want to address a problem, but a space of discussion to develop common language on matters that we want to deal with. So we have done a good job as this great team. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Now I will call upon Mr. Masse, as briefed by Mr. Dini, to please come up front. Ikhona into azoyenza. Yeah, ukhona umbuzo kuthiwa.
I'm a one-man panel. Colleagues, the question that has been directed to me to respond to relates to the circular that, I don't know why it was referred to me, relates to the circular that was written by Cogta to municipalities regarding the location of internal audit at corporate services. My view, SAPS, is that it's something we must take home, engage the HOD, because I believe internal audit does not belong into a small corner, but internal audit is better placed when it is in the office of the accounting officer so that they can report directly to the accounting officer and they are able to get into every corner of the organization without fear or favor. So it is my belief. I think let's escalate it through the HOD as Cogta Eastern Cape, raise these issues sharply, that we believe that internal audit belongs in the accounting officer's office so that they can be in a position to influence decision making and actually guide everybody else. That is my view. So to be fair to the person that raised the question, we can't provide an explicit answer now, but it's something we must package, take home, and request HOD to engage National Cogta on it so that as Eastern Cape, we are known what we believe on this matter and what we suggest must happen. So that's how I would really request that it be done by us, SAPS, MEMSIUNU, prepare a submission through the HOD and put our proposal across to National Cogta that we believe this function belongs there instead of locking it into a small corner of the organization. That's my submission, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, GM. There was a direct question also on the issue of a circular that talks to tenders. So, Ms. Oliphant, are you able to respond to that, or you also need to consult? If we want to prepare catering, procure catering, must we stop procuring catering? I think that one is quite specific.
Thank you, Chair. I think we were crossing fingers that we will not get a question on that communication. But I think, Chairperson, as you are saying that this one is really a sensitive matter, and there's been engagement between National Treasury as well as provinces at a higher level. So there is a communication that is going to be issued to clarify the way forward on the matter. So I don't want to discuss it now. Let's rather wait for the guidance from the National Treasury to pave the way for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oliphant. HOD, we have come to the end of our session, and we would like to request you to make a vote of thanks to everybody. Okay, so the HOD twakhona isandla ku Teams. Yes, DDG, you may proceed. DDG, please unmute. There's another one, Bongega. Please come in.
I'm sorry, there is an error.
DDG, are you back?
Yes, Senator. Chairperson, now I was going to respond on the issue of the guidance. It has been issued today around 12 o'clock. CFOs and management must look at the emails. It has been sent to all the municipalities in the country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, DDG. You are a star. HOD, over.
Always.
To you.
Always.
Thank you very much, Doc. And colleagues, thanks very much for traversing this road until this time. And we would wish to appreciate your presence in the meeting. It's sometimes very bad that chairs are empty sometimes too much. But I think that the colleagues that are here did stay with us until this moment. When you traverse difficult roads, you should understand that there will always be potholes. There will always be sharp curves. Sometimes you doubt if you will take the curve, but you sometimes succeed in that curve. But the difficult or the challenge that you always do, once you finish that difficult road, you become, you lose your concentration and not knowing again that you might lose the road. It is very difficult to lose a difficult road because you have to turn back and still start afresh. I'm raising this point to say, this meeting has generated a lot of discussions, some negative attitudes. I mean, last night we've been dealing with lots of negative attitudes. I mean, there's a saying here that I call CFOs criminals. So it's here that the HOD of Cogta called CFOs criminals. When I was saying there are two roads in the municipality, and that is it. There's no middle road. It's either you go with what is wanted, or you speak the truth. So that one is something that I will say at any time, even if somebody's saying, here is your letter of dismissal. That's why I was dismissed in the municipality, because I was saying this thing to say, I am not going to be able to do this. I rather put my child's bread, whatever, in the paraffin if you want, and just go home. I stayed for 4 years without working. And so people must not think that when we say these things, it's because we're not there. I was dismissed in Buffalo City. The pressures you're talking about are the pressures some of us, we know. So it's nice to I've tested provincial government, I've tested a district, I was a strategic manager for Matole, I tested the municipality, which is the metro, I was the first city manager there. But I'm not proud to always say that. So the road you are traveling, don't think that we are assuming. But when we are together, our load becomes lighter a bit. In the management of today, if you don't have a place to ventilate, you sometimes crash. So the room of this nature is a room for ventilation. You go home sometimes free from your soul. Because the biggest challenge we're facing, the challenges of work, are affecting our families. That's the truth. Fikudiniwe, akho nice kumyeni wakho, akho nice kwi-girlfriend yakho, anomyeni akakho nice, nabantwana xa bengxola endlini uyagramblisha urongo, and all that. But we need to, because into zomsebenzi, they go home with us sometimes. So we must appreciate that sitting here today, it was not only coming here to criticize and all that, we must criticize each other for the purpose of building and still protect your soul. Sometimes, Amaspala, you feel your steps, you feel so lonely sometimes. I used to feel so lonely because some people run away from you, even the forces that are supposed to be closer to you. They run so. Many people, some of the people that were in the municipal space were dismissed and families were scattered, divorces and everything. Because some people will say, I will not tolerate this thing. I am leaving. Some will say, I will stay because I find you not being a municipal manager or a CFO. We will suffer together if we suffer for the truth. Now I'm saying this thing because you must not think that I'm able to state a province. No. We should not manage it this way. Because sometimes we don't know these things. So these platforms will be platforms for coming up with solutions. Ventilation, save your soul. I'm not supposed to be living because I might have heart problems and all that, but I took a decision. When frustration is eating me, I'll go on the road and run. Running calms you. Yak discipline. Now, nomsindo wako becomes better. And I was fortunate my wife did not leave me. Even if I make mistakes in my life, I looked at her and feel that this woman protected me right through. We stayed for the week, slight and get cell phones, anything. There's no electricity. So I feel pity for you. And therefore, when we come here, that's why I'm saying, let's not have a talk show. We're supposed to come back again. Local government is losing their skills. You do have skills. But some people prefer to leave and say, if Indiana, Jaishi. We must protect as well those institutions that are still doing well. And clap hands for those that are joining the team of doing well and learn from them as well. You see, that's very important. I hope that Cogta, we are taking a decision now of doing support differently. This is support. Other than sending you a tick box and say, tick here, do you have this, do you have this? Just that we have to fight for funding as well at Treasury to have more support in sitting. The other panel that I'm mooting to have is Section 139. Section 139, government is losing on Section 139. If that section is not favorable for government, we rather not have it. It's not a nice section, but we have to call panel of specialists. You see, I'm sitting here, Jim Lokoting, Wotri, my judgment, Jim, whether provincial government is right to intervene there or not. But each time we intervene sometimes, it's taken in a negative light. But how do we, when we discuss that, together make sure that an intervention is an intervention that is going to save our jobs? Because if you will, on finances you are bad and you are asked to do a financial recovery plan, it should be our duty, all of us, one, to protect that institution, not to sink, two, to protect yourself, not to lose your job, and to protect our children that are at schools because you ended up being retrenched, the institution falls apart, and it affects your life. So we will have that discussion with yourselves being present to say, here are specialists legally. Now the thing that we're saying, judges, it's very easy for judges to dissolve a municipality if it's the community organization that goes to court. And sometimes we find out that those do not have interest of the communities. Abanye bazi councillors today kwakusithiwa NGO wethile komnye umasipala apha ikhala nzima bonakala uba nyhani izayifumana le masipala makadissolve. Today bazi councillors, and we were saying government is carrying the interest of the people, but government is always losing. But NGOs, some organizations in the communities, they get a listening ear. For instance, ngoku silinde into yoba uba ijudgment ithe get out there from Kijima, we will get out. We can't force that. But it's very painful if we get out and things fall apart. We are not saying we are good, but that's a platform that we are going to carry, and we must face these problems together so that we can have this understanding when we say, Section 71 is indicating that a year down the line you will fall apart. Please, let's work together. But if you don't listen to that, we can't force ourselves into that. But I think that those are critical things that you must brace yourselves to get support differently. We'll do the normal things, but I think that we'll always be in one room dealing with all these things. Get your experiences and correct us where we're going wrong. It's an important thing, and we must be open for criticism going forward. I wish you all the best, and you go very safe, and make sure that at least we're sitting here is not waste of time. It's important that we still get comments and contributions outside the forum Osabelo, and make sure that we use those contributions to yourselves. You are good, you are valuable. You must always say that to yourselves. But then we must protect ourselves. If you go to school and become an auditor, you can't lose that within 5 minutes. It's like a doctor, you lose your license because you do certain things, it's out. So your children must always be saying, my mother is an auditor or my father is an auditor, and I would want to be a chartered accountant. And they are learning from us. The meeting is declared closed. Thank you very much. It would be bad for me not to say thank you to the team that has been doing this thing. Sorry for that. The concentrated kuni because nani ndifuna nimngeni right. No, the team that has been supporting us, roving mics and all that, the idea when it was conceived, that is the important thing. I always say kumakosa, andiyithandi laa nto ebroadcast kodwa ndingumuntu wandla ngothi emntwini khayisebeze le nto ithetha ndiyimamele izizimemo sendilungile. Xa ndihleli nawe sisebeza into zakho uthethe ndimamele. Andingomntu othanda imemo ehlala ixesha elide. People know that if correspondence in my office take 3 days, that's too much. Should be 1 day out. Bandiyigcinele funeka kwazikhona ingxaki funa siyixoxile bayayazi. So the team that is working, DLG team led by DDG Mlokoti, I hope that other teams will, as well in the department, do the same. We would want to sit all of us together to talk about traditional leaders as well, because they are in the field, interface between the municipality and traditional leadership. It's our core mandate. ILO, it's not an orphan. Abethanda ukutsho phaa departmentini bayi thina silityelwe thina si-orphan. So we have to do all these things together because itikla ikhona ngoku the new act for traditional leaders. Ispluma is being reviewed now, siyawa-affecta umasipala. All of us will have to make sure that there's interrogator as constitutional responsibilities are Cogta. So thank you very much for the effort. I can see value for money, but we can be 100% and bar short on the value for money when we see results. And I understand and I believe that there will be results. So thanks.
Abafuna ukufota nami bangeza ngaphambili. Lunch ready.